The Expedition, by Joel M. Reed and Nathanael Reed. Chapter 1. About 100 students were scattered throughout the lecture theatre, an unusually small turnout for one of Professor Roberts's classes. Open laptops and notebooks were spread throughout the room, with students busy typing out notes as fast as the professor could speak. Near the back, 3 young men sat in a pod, sprawled in their wooden chairs. The professor, probably in his late 30s, of middle height and weight, carried himself with a dignified air of self-assurance. As was his habit, he paused dramatically for several seconds in front of the lecture theatre, the eyes of his students fixed firmly on him, hanging on to his every word. You can tell much about a civilization by the treasures they leave behind. Many of these artifacts can tell us things that even written records can't, or don't. Often they speak to us of untold stories of war, love, humanity, and even unbelievable depictions of the unknown. Allow me to explain. He paused once again, seeming to gather his thoughts. Last summer, I had the opportunity to travel to China to investigate reports of a fascinating new discovery. This discovery was found in, of all places, a coal mine. What the miners found was a small decorative ornament made of brass, buried deep within a vein of coal. This was a rather unusual find, to say the least. He hesitated, his eyes searching the puzzled faces before him. He cleared his throat before continuing. The reason I was asked to visit this site in the first place is that the individual responsible for this amazing discovery had recently read an article I published in a scientific journal. In this article, I discussed the geological evidence found around the world that clearly demonstrates that our world was once subject to a cataclysmic worldwide flood, similar to that of the story told in the Bible. A student near the front of the class raised his hand. What does the discovery of an ornament found in a coal mine have to do with a worldwide flood? The professor's eyebrows raised slightly as he glanced down at the questioner. In my article, I briefly touched on similar items found buried in coal deposits across various parts of the world. Many people, myself included, believe that coal deposits are the result of a mass burial of vegetation during a worldwide flood. It's likely that man-made items, such as these, would have been buried in these deposits. Otherwise, how did they get there? Aren't you just basing your theory on a myth? Don't kid yourself, the professor said with a confident smile. Every archaeologist bases the evidence they find on their own worldview. If you believe in creation by a higher power, you're more likely to interpret the evidence in light of that worldview. If you believe in something like the theory of evolution, you're likely to interpret the evidence through that lens. Keep in mind that we all work with the same evidence, but it's often our predetermined beliefs that shape our conclusions. The professor stood there for several long seconds, studying the faces of his students carefully. They both can't be right, the same student argued. That's right, the professor agreed. So each of you must decide how to overcome this challenge. Don't think for a second that there's such a thing as an unbiased perspective in archaeology. It simply doesn't exist. And trust me, I'm being far more open and honest with you than most members of the scientific community. Many so-called academics claim to champion truth, reason, and science. However, a closer examination of their often extravagant claims reveals that personal biases heavily influence their conclusions, despite their assertions of objectivity. Professor Roberts glanced up at the clock and sighed. And on that note, I'm afraid that's all the time we have left. We'll have to continue with this discussion next week. It's reading break, a voice from the back shouted. Oh, that's right, Professor Roberts said with a smile. I guess our discussion will have to wait. Don't forget, your final assignment can be found on the school's website. The professor's last words were drowned out by the scraping of 100 chairs across the floor of the lecture theatre. I'll see you all in 2 weeks. Levi pushed himself back from the desk and got to his feet. "I don't get it," he said, glancing at his friends. "How is it that I'm barely passing this course, but you're acing it, Sean? Especially since you only show up for class half the time." "I don't miss that much," Sean said with a laugh. "And I do my homework. I don't know about you guys, but I came here to study archaeology, not waste my time down at the pub." "Touché," Levi said with a grin. "I just came here to meet girls and wear a fedora," Nate responded, smiling broadly. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Levi, could I speak with you for a moment?" They turned to see the professor standing at the bottom of the stairs with his arms folded in a comfortable pose. "Sure," Levi said, turning back towards his friends. "Why don't I meet you guys down at the coffee shop in a few minutes?" "All right, see you there," Nate said with a wave. Levi turned and walked down the stairs to where Professor Roberts was waiting. "What can I do for you?" "I just wanted to thank you personally for making such a memorable appearance at our dinner party last night," the professor said. "You were very entertaining." A puzzled expression creased Levi's face. "Your dinner party? I think you've got me confused with someone else. I don't remember attending any dinner party yesterday." "Oh, I don't mean you personally," the professor continued. "I'm talking about your essay on the Roman Empire. My guests and I had a good laugh when I read it to them." "Ouch," Levi said, forcing a smile. "Was it that bad?" "Let's just say it wasn't a typical example of your work." Professor Roberts paused for a moment. "What's going on with you lately? I know from past courses that you can do much better work than what you've been handing in lately." Levi turned from the professor's gaze. "I guess I've been letting my social life interfere with my studies a bit too much." "Why are you letting your work suffer like this?" the professor asked. "Are you even interested in finishing this program? After all, you're the one who's paying to be here." Levi hung his head in embarrassment. "I remember when you were in my first-year introductory course. You were such an enthusiastic student." Professor Roberts quickly pulled a sheet of paper from his desk and handed it to Levi. It was his final grade from that course. Levi glanced at the mark on the page for several seconds and gave the professor an embarrassed smile. "Perhaps I've been losing sight of what brought me here in the first place." "You just need to apply yourself," the professor said encouragingly. "Don't think you're missing out on life by not partying with your friends. The time you invest in your studies now will pay dividends for the rest of your life." "I'll try to remember that, sir." Professor Roberts grinned. "Good. Just remember to spend some time during reading week working on your final assignment, an in-depth analysis of a real-world archaeological site. Keep in mind that this assignment is worth a large percentage of your final grade, so you might want to give it some thought." "I'll do that," Levi agreed. "See you next week," the professor said, turning to leave. Levi kept his eyes on his professor as he walked toward the exit. "You didn't actually read my paper to the guests at your dinner party, did you?" Professor Roberts laughed. "No, of course not. But don't think I wasn't tempted." Levi exited the lecture theatre and made his way down the hallway to the doors leading out into the courtyard. A number of students were lounging about on the lawn, enjoying the warmth of the spring sunshine. Levi nodded absently to a few friends as he crossed the yard and pushed his way through the doors of the small coffee shop. Nate and Sean were already sitting on a couch near the back corner. As Levi entered the crowded room, he called out to an attractive young woman behind the counter. "Can I get a latte, Sarah?" "Sure thing, Levi. It'll just be a few minutes." He set a bill on the counter, then made his way over to where his friends were sitting. "You guys sure look cozy," he said, flopping onto the large couch. Sean laughed awkwardly and quickly moved to the opposite end of the sofa. "Nate was just showing me something on his computer," he explained. "What did Roberts want?" Nate asked. Levi let out a long sigh and shook his head. Was it the drink less beer and do more homework speech again? Sean asked. Something like that, Levi agreed, glancing over at Nate. What are you looking at on your computer? Nate straightened in his seat, his expression turning serious. He leaned forward and angled the screen toward Levi. What's that? Levi asked, leaning in for a closer look. It's a map, Nate said sarcastically. I know it's a map, wise guy, Levi said with a slight smirk. But why are you looking at a map? Nate laughed. It's a section of forest known as the Kettle Valley. It's only a day's drive north of here, so I was thinking about making a trip up there during our break. Plan on doing some fishing? Not exactly, Nate said, shaking his head. I have an uncle who used to prospect in that area. He told me about an old archaeological site he discovered years ago. He thinks it could be at least a few 100 years old. Levi studied the computer screen for a moment. From what I understand, no known native civilization has ever lived anywhere near that region. Maybe that's why his uncle thought it was so significant, Sean suggested. How reliable is your uncle? Levi asked. Nate shrugged. He's known to exaggerate, but he did show me an artifact that supposedly came from the site. It was an old flint scraper once used for cleaning animal hides. Is that right? Levi asked curiously. Are you thinking about going? Sean asked. Maybe, Levi said non-committally. Come on, Levi, Nate urged. An expedition like this would be the perfect project for our final assignment. Would we even have enough time to make it there and back before classes start up again? Levi asked. There's plenty of time, Nate said confidently. It would only take a day's drive to reach the Kettle Valley, and then another day or two by kayak. That would still give us 2 or 3 days to explore the area. Who knows what we could end up finding? Levi stared absently at his friend. I have to admit, this would make for an excellent research project. So are you in? I don't know, Levi said hesitantly. I guess I could use a bit of excitement before I start work this summer, not to mention the possibility of having a first-rate presentation for our final assignment. He turned to Sean. Are you coming? Sean shook his head. Sorry, gents. I already finished my final project earlier this week. Levi grunted. Why am I not surprised? A voice from behind the counter interrupted their conversation. Levi, your drink's up. Thanks, Sarah, Levi said, climbing to his feet. It looks like we're going to have to start packing for the trip, Nate. Why don't you meet me at my place first thing in the morning? Chapter 2. The early morning sun filtered through the partially closed curtain, casting a tapestry of colours and patterns on the far wall. Levi crossed the floor of his small bachelor apartment, grabbed a couple of shirts from their hangers, and stuffed them into his backpack. He then moved to the room's lone armchair, sat down, and did a quick inventory of the items he had already packed. A sudden knock on his door caught him by surprise. He glanced at his watch, then made his way over to the door. Hello, honey. An attractive, young-looking woman wearing a colourful silk blouse and matching skirt breezed into the room. A light tan jacket was draped across her arm, a small shopping bag in her hand, and a purse hung from her shoulder. Mum, what are you doing here? Well, dear, when you called last night to tell me that you were going camping for a week, I thought I'd drop by and bring you a few items for your trip. That was thoughtful, Levi said, taking the bag from his mother. What did you bring me? Just a little snack to eat on the road. He rummaged around inside the shopping bag and pulled out a small bag filled with brownies. You drove for over 3 hours at the break of dawn just to bring me some brownies. That, she said, hesitating for a moment. And one other thing. She carefully pulled a small black book from her jacket pocket and handed it to Levi. Oh, so you had an ulterior motive, he said, rolling his eyes. I knew it was too good to be true. Come on, Levi, she said with a frown. You've never even given it a chance. What have you got to lose? Look, Mom, I'm really happy that you found God and all, but that's just not for me. Not right now, anyway. I'm too busy to think about religion at this point in my life. Please, Levi, just promise me that you'll take this with you on your trip. That's all I ask. Levi hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly reached out and took the book from his mother. All right, but I can't promise that I'll even have time to crack the cover. Just make an effort, Levi. I'll even put it in your bag for you. She leaned forward, took the book from his hand, and stuffed it into the side pocket of his backpack. Where exactly are you going, anyway? Up north, Levi said evasively. Come on, you have to give me an idea of where you're going in case something happens to you. Don't worry, Mom. Nate has it all planned out, Levi explained. All I know is that we'll be traveling into the Kettle Valley. I'm sure he'll leave the details with his folks. I wish you wouldn't take risks like this, Levi, his mother said with a frown. You never know what kind of dangers are lurking out there in the wilderness. Just think of it as an extended camping trip. Besides, Nate's bringing along a few grenades for protection. His mother managed a crooked smile. I wouldn't put it past the two of you. I remember having to put extra insurance on our house when you and Nate were kids. Levi laughed. Don't worry, Mom. We'll be okay. At that moment, his apartment's intercom buzzed loudly. That must be Nate, Levi said, taking the receiver off the wall. Is that you, brother? It's me, Nate answered. I'll be right down. He turned to his mother. I have to go. All right, his mother said as she glanced around the cluttered apartment. Do you mind if I stick around here and clean up this place while you're gone? Knock yourself out. I think the smell in here will do that for me, she said, waving her hand in front of her face. Honestly, Levi, I don't know how you live like this. Levi smiled as he picked up his pack. It's not easy. He leaned over to give his mother a kiss on the cheek. Drive safely, his mother said anxiously. Levi hurried down the narrow stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time. When he arrived in the lobby, Nate was still standing by the intercom, waiting impatiently. Levi could see through the glass doorway that a light rain was falling outside. You ready? Nate asked. As ready as I'll ever be, Levi said, pushing past his friend and stepping into the still awakening street. Did you bring the GPS? He asked over his shoulder. Of course, Nate said. We won't get far without it. When they reached the jeep, Nate hurried ahead and opened the back door for Levi's backpack. The 2 brightly colored kayaks were already strapped securely to the roof, and the back of the jeep was packed tight with supplies. Levi tossed in his bag and slammed the door shut. He then hurried around to the passenger's side and climbed in. Nate settled into the driver's seat and carefully wheeled the jeep out into the street. I can't believe it's still raining, Levi complained. The weather report said that it's likely to clear up later today, but that might not be for a few hours. Did you check the forecast for the Kettle Valley? As far as I know, it's going to be clear for most of the week, Nate replied non-committally. Levi peered through the rain-spattered windshield as they turned onto the main highway leading out of town. I can't believe we're actually doing this, Nate said. I haven't had a proper vacation in over a year, and this is how I choose to spend it? It just doesn't seem right. Levi laughed. I just hope you remembered the toilet paper, he said, turning to his friend. I have sensitive skin, and I don't think leaves are going to cut it. I'm afraid not, Nate said with a smile. But I did bring along a few sheets of sandpaper. Levi grinned. We're off to a great start. Maybe there's still time to redeem it with some good music. He pulled a CD from his jacket pocket and popped it into the stereo. And we all know that every road trip needs its own soundtrack. The strains of the late 60s classic Green River swept through the vehicle, filling it with a nostalgic resonance. Inspired choice. Levi leaned back in the plush seat and folded his hands behind his head. "Did you bring anything to drink?" "What did you have in mind?" "Beer, of course," Levi replied. "A camping trip is never really a camping trip without a case or two to help ease the pain from all the work we'll be doing." "I never thought of that," Nate replied. "We'd better stop somewhere before we get too far out of town. I doubt there are any convenience stores in the valley." Levi glanced out the window, studying the buildings as they passed. "I think there's a gas station up ahead." A moment later they wheeled off the highway and into a large parking lot. Nate and Levi scrambled out of the vehicle and ran through the rain toward the front doors. The proprietor stood behind the cash register, engrossed in a vintage car magazine. He was a large, heavy-set man with a short, tobacco-stained beard and a long ponytail sprouting from the back of his bald head. He scowled wordlessly as Levi and Nate approached the counter. "Do you sell beer?" Nate asked. "Gee, let me think," the man replied gruffly, turning a page in his magazine. "Perhaps there's some in that cooler over there marked beer." He pointed in the general direction. Levi looked at Nate with a confused expression. "All right, how about a washroom?" "Yeah, we have one of those too." Levi paused for a moment, waiting for the clerk to continue. "Do you mind telling us where it is?" This time the man looked up, staring blankly at Nate and Levi. "It's next to the beer cooler. Can't you read the sign?" Levi scowled. "What's the matter? Are we tearing you away from a particularly fascinating article on how to please your man?" Nate grabbed Levi by the arm and dragged him away from the counter. "I think we can manage on our own." The store clerk now stood with both meaty hands firmly placed on the counter before him, glaring angrily at his two young customers. "That washroom is for paying customers only, so you two had better be buying something." "Can you believe that guy?" Levi muttered. "Let's just get the beer so we can get back on the road," Nate suggested, almost dragging his friend over to the cooler. "Why don't you pay for the beer while I make a trip to the washroom?" Levi suggested, handing his friend a bill. Levi made his way into the empty washroom and closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, when he returned through the shop, he browsed nonchalantly among the magazines, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the man at the counter. When he finally returned to the Jeep, Nate was already stashing 2 small cases of beer in the back. "How'd you make out?" he asked, turning to his friend. Levi pulled out a few rolls of toilet paper from his jacket and tossed them on the seat next to his bag. "Let's just say that the next time our little friend in there has to use the washroom, he had better take that magazine along with him." "Tisk, tisk, Levi," Nate said. "Remember what the good book says, 'Thou shalt not steal.'" Levi laughed. "You're starting to sound like my mother." As he opened his backpack, a bag of brownies tumbled out onto the floor. "What do we have here?" he asked, holding the brownies up for his friend to see. "Oh, those," Levi said. "My mom stopped by my apartment this morning and gave them to me before we left." Nate grinned. "You mean to tell me your mom was at your apartment this morning and you didn't even tell me?" Levi gave his friend a dirty look. "Don't start with the mom jokes, Nate. I'm not in the mood." "Lighten up," Nate said with a smile. "I would have thought you were used to comments like that. After all, your mom looks like she's the same age as my sister." "That's right, Nate," Levi said with a smirk. "My mom had me when she was 6. Great math skills." "Well, I'm sure I'm not that far off," Nate said, stuffing the brownies back into Levi's backpack. "I'll bet your mum's closer to our age than my own parents." "So what if she is?" Levi said dismissively. "I'm the first to admit my mom's made her share of mistakes, but she's really turned her life around in the last few years. And she did it all without a husband. That takes a lot of courage." Nate held up his hands in mock surrender. I know. I'm just giving you a hard time." Levi grinned as he closed the passenger door. "You know I'm always up for a good laugh, but if I hear any more jokes about my mom, I won't hesitate to give you a savage beating." Nate laughed as he made his way around the vehicle. "All right, tough guy. I'll try to keep that in mind." Chapter 3. Nate maneuvered the jeep carefully down the narrow dirt road, dodging overhanging branches as best as he could. Every now and then he flinched as the vehicle bottomed out in one of the deeper potholes. Since leaving the highway, he had kept the jeep in its lowest gear, steadily climbing higher into the wilderness. Levi was hunched over the GPS, studying it carefully. "Any luck?" Nate asked. "Not really," Levi replied. "The GPS hasn't shown any other roads or landmarks since we left the highway." He adjusted the instrument. "When I zoom out, it shows a river to the northwest. I think that's the one we need." "How far is it from here?" "It's hard to say," Levi answered, sitting back and gazing out the mud-spattered windshield. "Be careful, Nate. You might want to check out what's coming up ahead." Nate leaned forward for a better look and then brought the jeep to a stop near the edge of a bridge. Both Levi and Nate climbed out of the vehicle and stood for a moment, staring at a weathered, single-lane wooden bridge stretching precariously across a deep ravine. Levi led the way up to the rickety structure, eyeing it cautiously. "I remember my uncle telling me that some of the logging companies built temporary bridges along this area," Nate explained. "I guess this must be one of them." Levi peered over the edge of the steep embankment, looking down at the narrow creek meandering far below. "Do you think it's safe to cross?" Nate asked, walking carefully to the middle of the ancient structure. Levi followed, noticing several boards no longer attached to the large timbers of the frame. "I think the only thing holding this thing together are the cobwebs, but there doesn't seem to be another way around this ravine unless you want to walk. Guess we'll find out if it's roadworthy or not." Nate wiped sweat from his forehead, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You really know how to inspire confidence," he said sarcastically. The pair made their way back to the jeep and settled into their seats. Nate put the jeep in gear and slowly rolled forward, guiding the front wheels onto the bridge. After a few tense moments, they rumbled across the creaky structure and were soon gliding smoothly through the forest again. "See, that wasn't so bad," Levi said, settling into his seat and stretching his arms behind his head as the colourful wilderness rolled by. But as they rounded another sharp bend, he suddenly straightened, pressing his face to the windshield. "You've got to be kidding me," he said in disbelief. Nate laughed and stopped the vehicle at the base of another bridge. "At least this one looks like someone actually put some thought into it." Levi hopped out of the jeep and walked to the edge of the massive structure. "This one's a lot bigger," he said, leaning over the embankment to peer down. "Look at how far down the river is. It must be at least 300 feet. Nate joined him, whistling softly. "That's quite the drop," he agreed. "Do you think this is part of the Kettle River?" "I don't think so," Levi said. "According to the GPS, this river's too far south. We still have about 10 miles to go." "You're probably right," Nate said, "although I remember my uncle mentioning that many of these streams eventually flow into the main river down in the valley." "Well," Levi said, eyeing the ancient bridge warily, "what do you think? Feel like taking another chance?" Nate sighed as they hurried back to the jeep and settled into their seats. "I hope you brought a change of underwear," he said, shifting the jeep into gear. "Better say a quick prayer." The powerful vehicle lurched forward and crawled slowly onto the wooden planks. "Keep an eye out for any hazards." Levi rolled his window partway down, immediately hearing the creaking of the old bridge under the jeep's weight. He glanced over at Nate, who was gripping the steering wheel tightly. He looked down into the deep ravine. "If this bridge gives out, we'll have enough time to eat our lunches on the way down." "Now that's the kind of comment you should keep to yourself," Nate replied nervously. "Don't worry, you're doing great," Levi said, glancing back out the windshield. "We're almost there. Just be careful of the pothole at the end of the bridge." Nate slowed as they approached the large pothole. As the front tires reached the edge, he inched the vehicle into the hole, wincing as the undercarriage scraped against the bridge's frame. "Yikes!" Levi exclaimed. "You know it's a deep pothole when you bottom out in a Jeep. Remind me to fill that in on our way back." The gap in the trees at the end of the bridge was narrower than before. Large branches from the surrounding forest swayed all around them, causing the sun to flicker in and out of view. "I don't think this part of the road has been used for quite a while," Levi remarked. "Just look at all the overgrowth." Nate leaned forward, navigating the twisting road through the dense forest. They splashed through puddles and swerved around jagged rocks that jutted out from the road's surface. "Where did all these rocks come from?" Nate asked, swerving around another obstacle. "The logging companies haven't done much to maintain this road." The Jeep crested a small rise, and Nate brought it to a sudden stop. Below them, a wide valley stretched for miles, framed by distant hills and scattered patches of trees. The late afternoon light cast long shadows across the land, giving the landscape a quiet, almost dreamlike quality. "Look at that," Levi said, pointing to the right. "That whole area's been clear-cut, except for a few birch trees." "What a shame," Nate said, surveying the area. "Why do you think they left the birch trees?" "I heard it's common for logging companies to leave them behind," Nate replied, "though you'd think they'd find some use for them. After all, birch trees rarely survive out in the open." "That would explain why they're all dead." Nate eased the Jeep down another steep incline, his foot riding gently on the brake. "It's hard to believe they brought all those trucks out here," he said, weaving around another pothole. "How old do you think this road is?" Levi asked. Nate shrugged. "Judging by the bridge we just crossed, I'd say it's at least 50 years or more." "It must have been cut more recently," Levi insisted. "They haven't even had time to replant the trees." The Jeep leveled out on a long straight stretch. "Wait a minute," Nate said, peering off into the distance. "It looks like we're coming to a dead end." "So it seems," Levi agreed, as the vehicle stopped in front of a thick wall of trees. "What do we do now?" "I don't know. How far are we from the river?" Levi checked the GPS. "I think we're only a few miles away. I'm sure we can portage the remaining distance." Nate glanced at his watch. "It's 7 o'clock. This might be a good spot to set up camp for the night. There may not be a suitable place to pitch our tents down by the river. We can head out with our kayaks first thing in the morning." Levi scratched his head thoughtfully. "We can make camp in that small clearing," he suggested, pointing to a sheltered area among the trees. "Why don't you gather some dry wood for a fire while I start setting up the tents?" Exiting the Jeep, they dragged a few essentials from the back seat. Nate disappeared into the forest to collect wood, while Levi began setting up their tents under a large oak tree. By the time he finished, Nate returned with an armful of wood. "This should be enough to last us the night," Nate said, dropping the load next to a large tree. "That should do," Levi agreed, "and there's probably enough scraps around here to get the fire started. Let's gather some large stones to build a proper pit." The pair scoured the clearing for suitable rocks. As Levi picked up a few and placed them next to the woodpile, he paused and glanced at his friend. "Hey, Nate," he said with a smile. "Thanks for organizing this trip. I know you don't need the grades from this course as much as I do, and it really means a lot." Nate grinned. "No problem. It's just nice to get out into the real world instead of being stuck in school." He paused. "And speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask, why have you been slacking off with your homework lately? You were so enthusiastic about anthropology in our first year. What's changed?" "To be honest, I'm not really sure why I've been losing interest," Levi admitted. "I guess I've been thinking about where I want to be in 10 years, and I'm not entirely convinced that archaeology is the right path for me." "Come on, Levi," Nate said. "You've been dreaming about excursions like this ever since we were kids. It was all you could talk about. Why the sudden change of heart? Levi forced a smile. I guess I'm not really sure what I want anymore. I don't want to make the mistake of choosing the wrong career and be stuck with it for the rest of my life. I get it, Nate said sympathetically. But don't let an opportunity like this go to waste. I know for a fact your mom's made a lot of sacrifices to send you to this school. That's a cheap shot if I ever heard one. I know, Nate said with a sigh. But you've got a great opportunity in front of you, so why not make the most of it? There was a brief pause. Finally, Levi turned to his friend. What are you planning to do after you graduate? Nate shrugged. I have no idea. I was thinking about doing a bit of traveling for a few months. Are you still planning that trip to the Middle East? Levi asked. The one to Israel? I think so, Nate replied. But honestly, I'm not entirely sure where I want to go. Lately, I've been thinking I should just throw a dart at a map and go wherever it lands. Well, at least you've thought it through. Nate smiled. Why don't you start the fire while I grab us a couple of beers, he suggested, tossing the rocks he'd collected into the fire pit before heading back to the jeep. Levi quickly assembled the fire, and within minutes, a roaring blaze was underway. He looked up to see Nate returning with their drinks and a couple of folding chairs. Care for some refreshments? Absolutely, Levi said, taking the drink. I'm just glad you remembered the chairs. Actually, I didn't think we'd get to use them, Nate admitted. They're too bulky for the portage, but we might as well make use of them tonight. He set up the chairs by the fire, sank into one, and cracked open his drink with a satisfying pop. Levi relaxed into his chair with a deep sigh, opened the drink Nate handed him, and held the can up towards the sky. To the success of our first expedition as a team. May it be the first of many, Nate said with a smile. Chapter 4. The chill of the early morning air drove Nate and Levi from their sleeping bags before the sun had a chance to fully rise above the eastern horizon. By the time the sun had peaked above the craggy hills in the distance, they had already broken camp and returned most of their supplies to their backpacks. I think it might rain, Levi said, staring up at the sky. Nate shook his head. I checked the forecast before we left, and it said we wouldn't see any rain for at least a few days. I hope you're right. Levi began untying one of the kayaks from the roof of the jeep. It's cold enough up here without having to deal with rain. He looked over at his friend, who was now zipping up his jacket. Can you untie the other end? Nate walked over to the opposite side of the vehicle, loosened the rope, and then carefully hoisted the kayak to the ground while Levi handled the other end. Do you think we'll have enough room for all our supplies in these things? Levi asked. Nate shrugged. I tested it with one of my packs earlier this week and it seemed to fit just fine. Judging by the size of your pack, I think we'll be all right. I just hope I don't tip over because my gear isn't waterproof and I don't feel like dealing with wet clothes. I guess that depends on your skills, Nate said as he lifted his backpack onto his shoulders. Think you can handle it? Levi laughed, pulling his pack into place. I may be a bit rusty, but I can still keep up with the likes of you. I guess we'll find out, Nate said confidently. Wait a minute, Levi said suddenly. Did you remember to pinpoint our location on the GPS so we know how to find our way back? The last thing we need is to get lost out here. It's all taken care of, Nate said, leading the way across the clearing and into the trees on the other side. The forest, predominantly made up of towering redwoods protected by strict government regulations, offered little undergrowth, which made the passage easier despite the cumbersome burdens Levi and Nate carried. They had barely gone a stone's throw into the forest when the ground seemed to drop out from under them, and they found themselves descending precariously down a steep, slippery hill. How far did you say the river was? Nate asked. Only a few miles. As soon as the words left his mouth, Levi lost his footing. He stumbled several feet, barely managing to catch his balance while keeping the kayak precariously balanced above his head. "Are you all right?" "I think so," Levi said. "I just scratched my leg on a branch back there, but nothing serious." Nate carefully made his way down the rest of the hill until the faint sound of running water reached their ears. "We must be getting close," he said, pausing and turning his head. "And it sounds like the river's moving pretty fast." "I'm not surprised," Levi replied. "There's been a lot of rain in this region the last few days." "Let's just hope the weather holds up for our trip," Nate said, guiding his kayak between two large oak trees. Levi followed Nate down an especially steep embankment, skidding the last several meters to the bottom. They took a brief pause, catching their breath and adjusting their gear as they navigated through the dense undergrowth. After several minutes of traversing the rough terrain, Levi looked up and saw what appeared to be the edge of the river just beyond the veil of trees. "We're almost there," Nate said. "I hope so. My arms are killing me." Nate smiled as he settled the kayak into a firmer position on his shoulders. "Suck it up, princess." Levi pushed his way through a thick sumac bush and was surprised to find himself standing on the edge of a narrow, fast-flowing river. He turned to see Nate stagger through the bush behind him, the kayak wobbling unsteadily on his shoulders. "It's not exactly the massive waterway I expected," Levi said, setting his kayak down on the forest floor. "It's barely a stone's throw from the other side." Nate set his own craft down beside his friend's and stood for a long moment, looking out over the narrow river. "I think this might be one of the tributaries leading into the Kettle," he said. "The main river is supposed to be a lot larger than this one." "How far are we from the dig site?" Levi asked. "I'm not sure," Nate responded. "I thought you knew where we're going." "Hey, I'm just going by the directions my uncle gave me," Nate admitted. "He said if we travel south down the river, we'll eventually come to a large cliff rising out of the water on the west bank. There's supposedly only one rock formation like it on the whole river. The archaeological site should be somewhere nearby." Levi eyed the water uneasily. "If we end up traveling too far downstream, it would take us forever to paddle back up here." "If the current's too strong to make our way back up the river, my uncle mentioned an alternate route using an old bush trail running west of the cliffs. He thinks it can be used to make it back to civilization but hasn't tested it out personally." He paused for a moment. "Of course, we'd have to find a way to get back to the jeep, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it." "Let's just hope the current isn't too strong to make our way back," Levi said grimly. "Otherwise, it'll take us a couple of days just to get back to the car using the alternate route." Nate took a deep breath and then set his backpack down on the ground in front of him. "Don't worry, we'll figure this all out when we make it to the site." He then stuffed his pack firmly into the kayak and then slid it over to the edge of the river. Levi reluctantly followed his friend's example, managing to stow his pack securely in the front section of the small craft, with just enough room to spare for his legs. "I guess this is as good a place as any to launch," Nate said, glancing around the area. He quickly settled the kayak onto a flat rock near the shore, close to a stretch of shallow water, extracted the paddle from inside and then climbed cautiously into his seat. Levi leaned over his friend's kayak, his hands grasping the stern. "Are you ready, brother?" Nate nodded. With that, Levi gave Nate's kayak a firm push into the water. He then dragged his own kayak to the edge of the river, settled into the cockpit, and eased himself into the water. The rushing waters of the narrow river immediately caught both kayaks and swept them forcefully downstream. For an instant, Levi felt a brief sense of panic as he fought hard against the current, maneuvering the craft as close to the shore as possible. It had been several months since he had last been in a kayak, and he couldn't help feeling a bit disoriented. "You okay? You look a bit shaky." Levi forced a laugh. Not everyone's mom buys them a kayak at 12 or, for that matter, a Jeep at 18. There's no need to get personal, Nate said with a grin, but just so you know, I'd trade moms with you any day. Levi scowled. Don't start with that again. The river bent sharply to the left, and Levi immediately noticed the current beginning to slow. Patches of thick weeds and cattails now appeared along the opposite shoreline, interspersed with great deadfalls sprawled out on the surface of the water. Levi immediately turned his kayak towards the center of the river. "Do you know if this river has any rough stretches?" Levi asked. "I'm not sure if I can handle a stronger current." "I don't know, but I did notice on the GPS that there's quite a drop in elevation over the course of the river, so you'd better keep your eyes open. If you hear anything that sounds like rapids, just make your way to the shore." "Well, that's encouraging," Levi said. "Maybe we should just stick close to the shoreline the entire way down." Nate laughed. "Don't be a wuss. We can stay close to the shore when we're navigating any sharp bends. Otherwise, we'll have a better line of sight if we keep to the middle." After a few minutes, Nate and Levi fell into a rhythm with their paddling. The kayak's high ride in the water meant they barely needed to exert any effort with the double-bladed paddles to glide effortlessly through the waves. "We're making good time," Levi said excitedly, "but getting back against this current, that's another story." "You're probably right," Nate agreed. "We may have to give ourselves an extra day or two for the return trip." Nate and Levi paddled in silence for the next several minutes, keeping their ears alert for the sound of approaching rapids. For the most part, though, the current held steady, helping them make excellent time. Within an hour, it was clear how much the river had widened, and it was a small comfort to both paddlers to see that at least 3 additional tributaries, each as large as the main river, had joined them on their journey downstream. "We'd better be careful on the way back," Levi said. "It would be easy for us to take a wrong fork in the river and get ourselves completely lost." Nate shrugged. "Don't worry, we've got the GPS." Levi turned his attention back to paddling, maneuvering the light craft through the open river while taking time to admire the passing landscape. Once, when rounding an especially sharp bend, they startled a large blue heron feeding among some lilies near the shoreline. Both paddlers paused for a moment to watch the great bird take flight and disappear high above the trees. It was close to an hour later when a dull noise filtered into Levi's consciousness. He jerked his head up, a startled expression creasing his face as he glanced around nervously. Nate, only a few meters ahead of him, seemed completely oblivious to the sound. "Rapids!" Levi shouted. Nate immediately turned in his kayak, looking back at Levi. "All right, we'd better head for shore." Both kayakers abruptly turned their crafts and started for the shoreline as quickly as possible. But even as they did, the sound of the roaring waters grew louder. Levi followed his friend towards a small opening in a glade of trees about 50 feet downstream. It wasn't until they had almost reached the river's edge that he noticed the heavy turbulence in the water. Levi maneuvered his kayak towards Nate, managing to stay close to the shore and out of the fast-flowing river. "It doesn't look that bad," Nate said. "Maybe we should try running these rapids. We could save ourselves a lot of time if we don't have to portage. What do you think?" Levi scrunched his face as he followed Nate's lead. "Doesn't look like there are too many rocks. Why don't you take the lead, and I'll follow close behind." Nate pushed himself away from shore, and almost immediately the kayak was caught in the current and pulled straight out into the middle of the river. Levi found that he didn't even have to touch the water with his paddle, as he was swept swiftly through the turbulent waters. They had only gone about 100 feet when the waters grew much more choppy and the current more determined. Even though the kayak moved deftly through the water, Levi felt he was on the verge of losing his balance and toppling overboard. The spray from the current was now splashing violently over the sides of the kayak, soaking his entire upper body. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, He and Nate shot out of the rapids and glided peacefully into a welcoming stretch of open water. "No wonder it was so rough," Nate exclaimed, turning his kayak around to face the stretch of river they had just navigated. Levi squinted at the turbulent waters ahead, now noticing that the river forked partway through the rapids, with a much wider watercourse flowing in from the west. "Judging by the size of this river," Nate added, "I think it's safe to say we've just joined the main tributary." "Do you think we're getting close to the site?" Nate turned back to Levi and shrugged. "I don't know why I bother asking." Nate slowly led the way back into the middle of the river. The waterway was much wider than it had been previously, in some places almost 50 feet across. After paddling for several more minutes, Levi finally broke the silence. "I hate to sound like a broken record, but I honestly can't see us traveling back up the river. With the current as strong as it is and a forest too thick to navigate, it would take us forever to make it back to the jeep." Nate nodded. "I was thinking the same thing, but at least we're able to have some fun on the way down." It wasn't more than 5 minutes before they heard the distinct sound of yet another set of rapids. Once more, Levi steered his kayak towards the closest shoreline and had almost reached his destination when he turned back to see that his friend was still paddling out into the middle of the river. "What are you doing?" Levi asked. "It doesn't look that bad," Nate shouted. "I think I'm going to run this one too. Care to join me?" Levi leaned back in the cockpit, shaking his head in exasperation as he edged closer to the rapids, sticking as close to the shoreline as possible. As he neared the turbulent stretch of water, he felt a wave of relief. This set of rapids wasn't nearly as fierce as the last one they had passed through. "Here goes nothing," he muttered, pushing himself away from the shoreline and into the white-capped water. The current immediately swept him into the middle of the rapids, rushing him along at a terrifying speed. The kayak weaved among a maze of eddies and jagged outcroppings. Then, just as he was almost clear of the turbulence, the front of the kayak slammed into a large boulder, pitching him sideways. As he struggled to regain his balance, a distinct tearing sound from the cockpit caught his attention. With a final rush, the rapids once again spewed him into a large body of calm water. A stone's throw to his left, he saw Nate raising both of his arms into the air, waving his paddle with excitement. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Levi quickly made his way over to where Nate was now drifting aimlessly in his kayak. "What a ride," Nate shouted. "Nothing compares to that kind of rush. Am I right?" "Absolutely," Levi agreed. "But I think I tore my spray deck back there. I'm sitting in an inch of water." "Don't worry," Nate said. "I've got a repair kit in my bag. We can patch it up the next time we stop." Nate turned his head to one side. "Do you hear that?" Levi groaned. "Not again." "Come on," Nate said. "Where's your sense of adventure? As a matter of fact, why don't we have a race to the bottom? The loser has to wash the dishes for the rest of the week." Levi thought for a moment, then turned excitedly to his friend. "See you at the bottom." Nate plunged his paddle into the water, driving his kayak toward the rapidly approaching bend in the river, with Levi close behind. As they neared the corner, Levi began back-paddling, slowing his kayak to get a better look at the set of rapids before committing to the descent. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Ahead of him, the rapids stretched as far as the eye could see before vanishing into the distance. "Nate!" Levi shouted. "These actually look a bit rough. Maybe we should just portage around it." "Nice try," Nate said with a knowing smile. As soon as they rounded the sharp bend in the river, they were immediately swept into the mouth of the rapids, leaving Levi no choice but to find what appeared to be the least threatening course and try his best to keep the kayak on a straight path through the treacherous rocks and swirling eddies. He glanced over at his friend one last time before plunging headlong into the turbulence. Levi could see that Nate was desperately fighting to stay on course. swinging his paddle frantically from side to side to fend off the precarious obstacles that came too close for comfort. Levi managed to maneuver his way into a less dangerous channel on the right side of the river. The current bobbed him up and down like a piece of lint, making his paddle seem ineffective. He glanced over at Nate once again. His friend now seemed to be stuck in some kind of whirlpool, rotating violently in the water but going nowhere. Even from a distance, Levi could see the look of terror on Nate's face as he struggled to maintain control. Levi continued down the slipstream his kayak was now locked into, desperately trying to stay on course while knowing that such a goal was futile. A moment later, a sudden drop-off caught him completely off guard, and he found himself plunging sharply into the water below before he even realized it was there. As his craft bobbed violently back to the surface, Levi managed to maintain his balance and stay inside the kayak, despite taking on several more inches of water. He sat there for a moment, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps, as the realization struck him that he had somehow survived the terrifying ordeal. He glanced around at the calm waters, a huge sense of relief washing over him. It was then he noticed that in all the excitement of the last few minutes he had managed to break the blade of his paddle. Peering into the water surrounding his kayak, he saw that the river was no more than a few feet deep. He slipped into the clear water, grasped the front of the kayak, and pulled himself safely to shore. There he dropped onto the sand and let out an exhausted sigh. He turned his gaze back out onto the river, searching for any sign of Nate. Chapter 5. After a few minutes, Levi pushed himself to his feet, scanning the rapids for any sign of his friend. Soaked to the bone, he felt his arms and legs turn rubbery from the effort of standing. As his strength slowly returned, he walked over to the kayak, pulled out his drenched backpack and tossed it onto the shore. He turned back just in time to see a bright yellow object emerge suddenly from the foot of the rapids. "Nate!" The cry came instinctively as he saw the kayak drifting empty just a stone's throw from shore. Without hesitation, Levi plunged into the water, reaching desperately for it. But after only a dozen steps, the riverbed dropped out from beneath him, and water rushed over his head. He surfaced, coughing violently, his lungs burning with the shock of it. Frantically, Levi scanned the water and saw that the kayak had already drifted more than 100 feet downstream. Realizing his moderate swimming skills wouldn't be enough to catch it, he quickly turned and made his way back to the shoreline. He scrambled back onto the sandy beach and climbed to the top of a large rock, gaining a wide view of the river. After scanning the rapids for several minutes without spotting Nate, he paused to catch his breath. Then, without wasting another second, he rushed to his kayak, flipped it over to drain the water, and grabbed his backpack. Slinging it over his shoulder, he began walking along the riverbank, carefully navigating the jagged rocks as he desperately searched for his friend. He must be on the other side of the river. A knot of thick tag alders suddenly blocked his path, their sharp branches clawing viciously at his face. Levi fought hard to keep panic at bay as he skirted another large boulder and climbed onto a flat shelf of rock. His gaze swung over to the opposite shoreline, only a stone's throw away. He stumbled up another steep incline, the roar of the rapids filling his ears. From his new vantage point, he spotted several boulders scattered across the river, but still no sign of Nate. Pushing through a tangle of trees growing directly out of the water, Levi finally emerged, and his heart leapt into his throat. There, wedged between two large rocks in the middle of the river, was Nate, floating face down at the edge of the same stretch of rapids where Levi had last seen him. "Nate!" Levi shouted, dropping his backpack onto the ground and charging into the water. He stumbled, his footing slipping several times as he fought against the relentless current. By the time he had taken only a few steps, the water was already rising past his chest, tugging violently at him, pulling him toward the unforgiving depths. Twice he was completely submerged, swept beneath the savage current, but he fought his way to where his friend lay, bobbing in and out of the churning water. Nate wasn't moving. His face was still submerged, and a deep gash cut across his forehead. Levi gritted his teeth, grabbing hold of Nate's jacket and yanking him free from the rocks. With Herculean strength, he hauled Nate through the raging waters, battling for every inch, struggling to keep both of them afloat. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the rocky shoreline and dragged Nate into a small clearing in the woods. Gently, he laid his friend down on the soft earth and dropped to his knees beside him. He lowered his head so his ear was just inches from Nate's face, listening for any sign of breathing and watching his friend's chest for any movement. There was none. "Breathe, Nate, breathe!" Nate's face was chalky white, and despite the large gash on his forehead, there was no blood flowing from the wound. He tilted his friend's head back and, with a deep breath, began performing emergency resuscitation. Quickly, he fell into the routine of the life-saving procedure, alternating between inflating Nate's lungs and doing compressions on his rib cage. With each pause, Levi looked down into the still, cold face of his friend. Despite his best efforts, he felt panic rising within him. He knew instinctively that he couldn't give up, or all would be lost. It was everything he could do to keep from bursting into tears and recoiling from the lifeless body of his friend. "Come on, Nate, wake up!" Yet he went on, rotating back and forth until his arms ached and dizziness began to overwhelm him, on the verge of passing out. He glanced at his watch. He had been administering CPR for nearly 20 minutes. With each breath, he checked his friend for any sign of life, whether his chest rose or his eyelids fluttered, but there was nothing. Suddenly, everything around him faded into blackness, and he felt himself collapsing onto the forest floor. He lay there for only a brief moment before pushing himself back into a sitting position. Once again, he looked anxiously at his friend, but this time his arms refused to cooperate, hanging limply by his sides amid the leaves and pine needles. "It's no use. He's gone." Levi felt tears welling up behind his eyes, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness engulfing his very soul. His friend was dead, and there was nothing he could do about it. It felt like he was trapped in a terrible dream. Surely this wasn't really happening. He clung to the hope that he would wake up in his apartment, relieved to discover that it had all been a terrible nightmare. He toppled over onto the ground and groaned loudly. He had no idea what to do next. Even if he were physically able to continue his attempts to revive Nate, he knew that it was too late. His jumbled thoughts turned to Nate's family and their friends at school. How on earth would he break the news to them? Nate, the same Nate who had been his closest friend since they were just 6 years old, starting grade 1 together. All the years they had spent as best friends, lost in one gut-wrenching moment. Levi lay there for nearly an hour, his arms slowly regaining feeling as his heart rate gradually settled. When he finally climbed to his feet, he looked down at his friend once more. He knew that he had to get a grip on things to keep himself from panicking. First and foremost, he had to consider what to do with Nate's body. Could he just leave him next to the water until he returned with help? He cringed at the thought of leaving his friend to the mercy of the wild animals. Then again, what other options did he have? Could he somehow manage to bring him back to civilization? This option didn't seem likely with only one good kayak and such a turbulent river. He shuddered to think of the only remaining alternative: burial. Levi made his way over to where he had dropped his pack by the edge of the river. Kneeling beside it, he rifled through the contents, pulling out his tent and removing the nylon rain cover, followed by his small folding shovel. As he continued to search, he realized with dismay that most of his gear had been soaked by the water that had collected in the bottom of his kayak. He dragged the backpack over to a small clearing and emptied its contents onto the forest floor to dry in the sun. Among the scattered items, his eyes landed on the small black Bible his mother had given him. Levi grimaced. Ironically, it was the one thing that remained dry. Taking a deep breath, he gripped Nate under the arms and dragged him carefully across the clearing to the edge of the forest. He then returned to where he had left the shovel and began the slow, laborious task of digging a grave for his friend. Strangely, he felt a sense of relief in doing something. It kept part of his mind active instead of being completely consumed by the magnitude of his situation. The ground became a tangled mess of rocks and tree roots, making his small folding shovel feel as ineffective as trying to dig a hole with the plastic paddle from his kayak. For the next few hours, he worked tirelessly, each shovelful an exhausting battle. As the sun began to set, he finally made some headway. The hole was now nearly up to his waist. Numbly, Levi climbed out of the hole, grabbed the tarp from his tent, and spread it out beside Nate. Staring down at his friend's still face, a wave of grief and despair washed over him. He knew this would be the last time he'd see Nate. Dropping to his knees, he began to sob uncontrollably. After several long minutes, Levi wiped his eyes and forced himself to his feet. Reluctantly, he retrieved the nylon tent cover from the forest floor and spread it beside Nate. With a heavy heart, he dragged his friend's body onto the tarp, wrapping it carefully around him. Then, lifting Nate as gently as he could, Levi carried him to the hole and laid him down by its edge. He climbed in once more, carefully placing Nate at the bottom. He then stepped out of the hole and with a heavy heart picked up the shovel. The task of filling in the grave was slow, grueling work, but he moved mechanically, his hands numb with the weight of what he was doing. As he shoveled the dirt, he tried to escape the crushing reality of the moment, forcing his thoughts toward better times. The street where he'd grown up, the summers spent at his grandparents' farm, the late August nights at the county fair when the anticipation of school's return always seemed to hang in the air. He clung to these memories like a lifeline, desperate to distance himself from the overwhelming grief of burying his best friend in this desolate, unforgiving wilderness. When the grave was finally filled, Levi walked into the forest and found 2 dried branches from a fallen spruce tree. He retrieved a small piece of rope from his supplies and tied the sticks together to form a cross. Taking his mother's Bible, he returned to the grave and plunged the cross into the soil. He then opened the Bible, flipping reluctantly through its worn pages. "I don't know if you ever put much stock in this kind of thing, Nate," Levi said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "But everyone deserves a proper funeral, especially you." He continued, flipping through the book, looking for something in the text that would catch his eye. Finally, he turned to the index at the back of the Bible, carefully reading the subject headings as his fingers ran down the list of topics. "Death," he muttered to himself. He checked a few of the references listed under the topic, painfully looking up the verses for each one, then discarding most. He continued searching, feeling the weight of each decision. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he found one passage he thought might be enough, one that, for a moment, felt like it could offer a source of comfort. "I never know what to say in situations like this, so I hope this says it for me." He straightened himself before continuing. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. He paused, staring at the mound of loose earth at his feet. I'm not sure what all of this means, he said softly, but maybe it's trying to tell us that, in some strange way, death doesn't have to be as frightening as we make it out to be. One thing I know for sure, Nate, is that you've always been a great friend to me and to so many others. You were always generous, thoughtful, kind-hearted, and someone that I've always looked up to. I'm really going to miss you, brother. His voice cracked, the weight of his grief settling in. He stood in silence, a profound numbness enveloping him, detached from everything around him. Finally, he glanced up at the darkening sky. A thick bank of black clouds had rolled in from the east, ominously promising rain. Reluctantly, Levi placed the Bible back in his pack, picked up the shovel, and headed to where he had left the rest of his supplies. He knew he had to set up camp before the darkness overtook him. Chapter 6. Levi rolled over in his sleeping bag and looked up through the mesh window of the tent at the early morning sky. Over towards the eastern horizon, he could see the sun just beginning to emerge from behind the hills. He pushed his sleeping bag aside and crawled out into the chilly morning air, grateful for the jacket he had worn to bed. Levi knew it was pointless to continue lying there when he had barely slept all night. Sleeping without a tarp over the mesh lining of his tent had made the remainder of the night excruciatingly long. Yet he was thankful for the mesh, as it kept the majority of mosquitoes and sandflies at bay. The night was one of the longest and most terrifying he had ever endured. Cocooned in his sleeping bag, he tried to stay warm while the myriad sounds of the forest invaded his uneasy dreams. Each noise seemed to twist his mind, conjuring up a parade of horrifying possibilities lurking just beyond the flickering light of his dying campfire. He knew it was all in his head, but he had never before felt such eerie solitude in the wilderness. What made the night even more unsettling was the knowledge that Nate's body was buried only a few feet from where he slept. As he crawled from the tent, he managed to push aside the numbing chill that seemed to invade every crevice of his clothing. Quickly, he set about disassembling his tent, rolling it up and squeezing it into the small canvas bag. He then crammed his sleeping bag into a nylon stuff sack and pulled the straps closed. He stuffed the tent and sleeping bag into his backpack and headed over to the large rock where the rest of his supplies had been laid out to dry the night before. Methodically, he checked each item in his sparse inventory before packing them away. A 20-foot length of rope, a metal folding shovel, a small first aid kit, a pocket knife, a hatchet, 2 extra shirts, an extra pair of pants, 2 pairs of socks and underwear, a disposable lighter, 2 fruit bars, a canteen of water, a small camping pot, several eating utensils, a headlamp, and his soft-cover Bible. As he buckled the bulging backpack, he remembered that Nate's kayak contained the majority of their food, not to mention the GPS and the keys to the Jeep. Even the lack of clean water had the potential to become a real problem once he left the river and struck out for civilization through the dense bush. How could this get any worse? Levi pulled a fruit bar from his jacket pocket and sat down on the shoreline, his eyes fixed on the fast-flowing river before him. "What do I do now?" he muttered to himself between bites. "Travelling up the river seems out of the question." His eyes followed the current as it swept swiftly by, bouncing across the rocks and logs scattered throughout the water, then swirling out into the innumerable eddies at the base of the rapids. Levi took a deep breath, ate the last of his fruit bar, then pulled the Bible from his backpack and began thumbing through it absently. After a moment, he looked up at the sky, beyond the clouds, and the hauntingly beautiful blueness above him. He held the Bible firmly in his hands. "Typical," he said grimly. "I've taken dozens of camping trips before, some much more dangerous than this, and yet nothing this bad has ever happened. Now, for the first time, I take this Bible along with me, and look what happens. My best friend drowns, I lose most of my supplies, and I have no real way of finding my way back home." Levi carefully studied the Bible in his hands. "Instead of bringing along a talisman, I brought this albatross instead." He looked up at the sky. "You got me into this mess, God. Now you can get me out." He flipped open the Bible and began turning through its pages. "There must be something in here that can help me." He found the concordance at the back and looked up the word wilderness. "All right, let's see where this takes us." He turned back the pages until he came to the book of 2 Corinthians in the New Testament. Levi noticed right away that several of the verses had already been highlighted in yellow. "Thrice was I beaten with rods, once was I stoned. Thrice I suffered shipwreck, a night and a day adrift in the deep, in journeyings often, in perils from waters, in perils from robbers, in perils from my own countrymen, in perils from the heathen, in perils in the city, in perils in the wilderness, in perils in the sea, in perils among false brethren, in weariness and painfulness, in sleeplessness often, in hunger and thirst, in fastings often, in cold and nakedness." "I think I get the idea," Levi muttered to himself. "People have been in much worse situations than this and survived." He closed the Bible and stuffed it into his pack, then struggled to his feet and made his way down to the shore. The kayak was still where he had left it the previous night. Quickly, he flipped the craft, dragging it over to the water's edge, and slid his backpack into the front compartment. Slipping his feet into the kayak, he carefully positioned himself in the seat before using his paddle to push himself out into the current. Despite the calming waters, he had only travelled a few dozen feet downstream when he suddenly noticed that the bottom of his kayak was rapidly filling with water. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The kayak must have sprung a leak while shooting the last set of rapids. Levi quickly turned to shore, paddling frantically while he watched the water rise up past the bottom of his seat. Leaning over the edge of his kayak, he was relieved to see that the water was no more than a few feet deep, with a bottom that was sandy and strewn with small rocks. He leaped from the craft and dragged it the remainder of the way, heaving it up onto a narrow stretch of sand. "You've got to be kidding me," he shouted as he reached into the interior of the craft and pulled out his soaked backpack. Levi knew it would be futile to try to fix the crack in his kayak, especially with no tools to work with. With a loud grunt, he picked the kayak up over his head and hurled it angrily into a large bush growing only a few feet from the water's edge. Then, in one smooth motion, he hoisted the damp pack onto his shoulders and snapped the buckle firmly into place. He turned and studied the area ahead of him. He realized that his only option was to follow the shoreline to the site mentioned by Nate's uncle, and then take the alternate route through the forest to reach civilization. As he started out, he was surprised by the thickness of the brush that flourished next to the riverbed. It seemed to grow out in every direction, forcing him to zigzag along the edge of the waterway. The terrain was, for the most part, extremely rugged, as if an enormous giant had thrown hundreds of massive boulders and craggy rocks in every direction. Levi, however, was grateful for the challenge, as it kept his mind off his friend. The remainder of the morning dragged by with bone-aching tedium. Many of the large rock formations were nearly impassable, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Some of the boulders towered above him as tall as two-story buildings. More than once he had to detour into the river to bypass the most formidable obstacles. But the current and depth of the water made several other routes seem impossible, forcing him into the nearly impenetrable bush. Always within sight of the river, he kept a careful watch for Nate's kayak. By early afternoon, The sun was beating down with full force. Levi had already removed his jacket and stuffed it into his backpack. Still, sweat drenched him, and he could feel his legs beginning to weaken from exhaustion. He was about to stop for a rest when another steep embankment appeared in front of him. He gazed down over the edge of the cliff, searching for handholds and footholds secure enough to support him. It would only make things worse if he were to fall and injure himself out here in the middle of nowhere. It could take weeks before anyone found him, if they ever did. He paused briefly at the summit, then made his way carefully down the slippery slope to the bottom. There he placed both hands on his knees and bent over to catch his breath. When he finally straightened up, he noticed for the first time a large pool of water near the bush to his left. It was almost perfectly round, about the size of a backyard swimming pool. He dropped to one knee and splashed his hand into the cool water. Then, getting back to his feet, stripped out of his clothing and leaped feet first into the waterhole. As the first shock of the icy water subsided, he felt himself sinking down into the depths of the murky pool, relishing the sensation as it enveloped his aching, tired body. After a few seconds, he realized that his feet had not yet touched the bottom of the massive sinkhole. Using his hands as propellers, he pushed himself even deeper, but still his feet did not reach the bottom. How deep is this thing? Finally, he gave up, allowing the buoyancy of his body to pull him slowly back to the surface. There he lay gently on his back, looking upward through the trees at the dark sky looming overhead. It was then that he noticed a large formation of grey clouds moving swiftly in his direction. After several long minutes, Levi paddled over to the edge of the pool and climbed out. It looks like it's going to rain. He fished the last fruit bar from his shirt pocket, broke it in half, and carefully tucked the remainder away. He took a few small bites, slipped back into the water, and then leaned his head against a large rock protruding from the pool. He lay there for several more minutes, watching the gathering clouds as they moved swiftly across the sky. It all seemed so impossible that such a peaceful, idyllic setting could harbour the nightmares he had recently endured. Again he tried to force all thoughts of Nate's death from his mind. He knew that he needed to plan out what he was going to do over the next few days, how he was going to make it back to civilization, but time and again his thoughts were swept back to the shallow grave by the river. He glanced around, suddenly aware of how dark the shadows of the forest had become. At the same instant, he felt a strange chill envelop him as he floated on the surface of the water, watching with a sense of foreboding as the sun disappeared behind the thick clouds above him. There was something about this pool of water that he found strangely unnerving. Levi stared into the murky depths below, straining to see beyond the few inches of surface visibility. But the darkness was impenetrable. Even his feet were swallowed by it. For a moment, his whole body tensed as he imagined the terrifying creatures that might be lurking just beneath the water's surface. "What are you so afraid of?" he muttered to himself. "There's nothing to worry about. Do you really think some giant man-eating octopus is going to pop up, wrap its slimy tentacles around you, and drag you into the depths below?" Levi's face drained of colour as the sharp cawing of a murder of crows rang out, piercing the silence of the forest. Heart racing, he spun around, grabbed the boulder for support, and scrambled out of the pool, his breaths quick and panicked. He lay there for a moment, waiting for his breath to return to normal and his heart to settle. Finally, he climbed to his feet, laughing loudly at his sudden display of cowardice. With a shaky hand, he smoothed back his wet hair and gazed into the still, dark waters of the small pool. Quickly, he stepped back into his pants and shoes, slipped on his shirt, and looked up once again at the darkening sky. With a sheepish smile, he murmured, "Let's keep this between us, okay, God?" Then, slinging his pack over his shoulders, he set off down the trail once more. Chapter 7. Levi had walked several more kilometers when the trees by the river suddenly ended, and he found himself standing before a large clearing in the forest. He stopped, taken aback by the view in front of him. The river was to his right, winding its way off into the distance, and before him stretched a vast, rocky terrain. Levi felt a sense of relief as he moved closer to the river and set out along the shore. For the next hour, his route was mostly clear of obstacles, and he was able to make good time. It was around then that he noticed how thirsty he had become. He reached for his canteen but found only a mouthful of water remaining. Levi knew that the water filter had been stored in Nate's backpack, so he would have to replenish his canteen directly from the river. He glanced down at the swirling eddies only a few feet away and was relieved to see that he could see right through to the sandy bottom. It looks clean enough to drink. Maneuvering his way down the steep embankment to the river, he carefully dipped his canteen into the clear water. When it was about halfway filled, Levi raised it to his mouth and took a long swig, then placed the container back into the river. When the canteen was filled, he sat down on a nearby stump to catch his breath. As he did, he felt the first drops of rain splash against his face. Quickly he glanced at his watch, but realized for the first time that the hands had stopped. That figures. When he looked up at the sky to get a better idea of the time, he was surprised to learn that the sun had already dipped well below the horizon, and soon realized that he would have to find a place to set up camp for the night. Levi climbed to his feet and started back down the rocky shoreline, searching the rim of trees for a grove of large evergreens where he could set up his tent. He had gone no more than a few 100 feet when the rain began coming down in torrents. Levi quickened his pace, now desperate for a place to find shelter, but the rainwater streaming over the rocks posed another threat. The runoff made the surface of the rocks treacherously slippery. Once again he picked up his pace, choosing his steps as carefully as he could, skirting any area that looked especially wet. He was rounding a slight bend in the river when he saw a small grove of spruce trees sitting only a few feet from the shoreline. As he neared the cluster of trees, Levi slowed, his eyes scanning for the swift streams cutting across the ground in glistening rivulets. The terrain was treacherous, slick with moisture, its hidden dips and jagged boulders lurking like traps beneath the shifting light. Suddenly, a deep crevice appeared before him, forcing him to stop. As he shifted his weight, his back foot slid unexpectedly on the wet surface. Before he could steady himself, he tumbled forward, arms flailing instinctively. His knees struck the ground with a jarring thud as he pitched ahead, barely stopping short of slamming his face into the unforgiving surface. A moment later, his feet finally hit the bottom. Pain shot through him as his left foot twisted at an unnatural angle, a sharp, searing jolt that knocked the breath from his lungs. As quickly as he could, Levi lifted himself out of the trench and hobbled over to an enormous boulder. He dropped onto the large rock and bent over his throbbing ankle. He was completely drenched, especially his feet, which had been submerged in the water at the bottom of the trench. His ankle pulsated mercilessly. He looked down at his hands. His palms were skinned and bloody. His pants were ripped at the knees, and without bending down for a closer look, he could already see the bloodstains collecting there. Levi glanced around, relieved to see that the tree line was now only a stone's throw away. Pushing himself back to his feet, he limped the remaining distance to the partial shelter of the trees. With his ankle throbbing painfully, he unpacked his tent and somehow managed to begin setting it up in a section of the grove that was mostly sheltered from the rain. He was especially grateful for the thick, overhanging branches of one enormous red oak tree, as his tent only had a netting over the top and would do little to keep out the downpour. Once the tent was set up, he crawled inside and quickly unpacked his small store of supplies, setting the dampest items out to dry on the nylon floor. His knees were starting to throb and burn almost as much as his ankle, but he knew that he would still have to head into the forest and gather as much dry wood as possible if he wanted to get a fire going. He slowly rose to his feet and lingered in the doorway of his tent. It's going to be fun sleeping here tonight. He hobbled into the trees and began searching the forest floor and low-hanging branches for pieces of wood that he thought were dry enough to burn. Within a few minutes, he had a large armful and started back to his campsite. Dropping the load beside his tent, Levi realized that he was going to need a lot more wood if he was going to keep the fire burning long enough to dry out. He made his way back into the forest, scouring the already familiar surroundings. His ankle and knees were now throbbing so intensely that he finally resigned himself to picking up a few remaining dead branches that were within reach, but not as dry as he might have liked. This should do. After returning to camp, Levi quickly formed a circular fire pit just outside the entrance of his tent, using the wettest pieces of wood to form an outer boundary. Then, with the smallest and driest pieces, he began the delicate process of stacking the wood into the shape of a teepee. When the pieces were piled to his satisfaction, he carefully removed the hunting knife from his supplies and began carving thin wood shavings from one of the drier sticks he had gathered. Once he had accumulated a large enough pile of kindling, he scooped them up with both hands and inserted them into the center of the fire pit. Levi paused for a moment and glanced warily up at the sky. The rain had lessened somewhat, but still fell heavily around him. He was again grateful for the dense grove of trees that sheltered him from the worst of the deluge. Reluctantly, he got to his feet and crawled back inside the tent. Before starting his campfire, Levi knew that he had to tend to his injured knees and, most of all, his ankle. Rummaging through his pack, he retrieved the first aid kit and sat down to check its inventory. He removed a small pair of scissors, gauze, tape, and disinfectant, laying them on the tent floor. He then kicked off his shoes and carefully rolled up both pant legs, growing increasingly conscious of how wet and uncomfortable he had become. The dampness and cold seeped into him, sending a chill through his body. When he examined his knees, he was relieved to see that they were just scraped from his fall on the rocks. The bleeding had mostly stopped, and the wounds seemed clean, free of any dirt. He applied a small amount of disinfectant to his knees before carefully securing gauze over them with tape. He then drew his ankle towards himself to get a better look, removed his sock, and began prodding his ankle delicately with his fingers. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to wince. Levi reached into the first aid kit and removed the tensor bandage that lay rolled up inside. Carefully, he wrapped the elastic bandage around his ankle and secured it tightly with a safety pin. Taking a deep breath, he rolled down his pant leg and scooped up a few scraps of paper, cotton balls, and gauze before returning the kit to his backpack. He then made his way back out of the tent to where he had left the makings of his fire. This stuff should work pretty well as tinder. Levi stuffed the remaining cotton balls and gauze into the base of the fire and pulled a lighter from his pocket. He stole a quick glance at the evening sky, feeling another chill shake his body. With a steady hand, he flicked the lighter and held it to the pile of cloth and cotton balls. Relief washed over him as the cotton glowed bright orange, then erupted into flame. He carefully arranged the smallest pieces of kindling over the fire's base, watching intently as the flames began to grow. Levi sat for several minutes, observing as the flames spread from the tinder to kindling and then to the larger pieces of wood he had positioned so strategically. When the fire was blazing to his satisfaction, he moved over several wet pieces of wood and arranged them close to the flames so they could dry out. He then leaned back against the trunk of a tree, slipped his backpack in behind him, and carefully positioned himself to avoid any rain filtering through the branches. He drew his legs up and wrapped his arms around them, his eyes captivated by the dancing flames. He was immediately grateful for the warmth of the fire. Levi sat there for nearly an hour, lost in his own thoughts, until he noticed that the fire had long since peaked and was now faltering. Quickly he dragged several more pieces of wood into the flames and waited anxiously for them to catch. It was then that he realized how dark the night had become, not just because of the overcast sky, but because the sun had long since set. Glancing around the small campsite, he was mesmerized by the eerie shadows cast by the fire, which played against the fringe of trees that surrounded him. Despite the renewed warmth, he felt a strange sense of uneasiness wash over him as he stared into the encroaching darkness. For the first time since he had begun this journey, he felt completely alone and miles away from any living soul, lost in the middle of the wilderness with nothing more than the clothes on his back and the few meager supplies in his possession. He shuddered as he pictured the shallow grave next to the river where he had buried his friend. Suddenly, from somewhere in the darkness behind him, came the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping, like the sharp crack of something heavy stepping on it. Levi could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as he turned slowly and peered out into the woods behind him. The urge to get up and run was almost overwhelming, but he knew that running around in the dark on his damaged ankle would be futile. His only shelter was a small nylon tent with a flimsy mesh covering for a roof, not even enough to keep out the incessant rain. He reached out and pulled a long branch from the fire. It was as long and thick as a baseball bat, with a bumpy end that was engulfed in flames. Levi then slowly climbed to his feet, turned, and stepped away from the fire and the shelter of the large oak tree. He took several cautious steps into the forest, holding the flaming branch out in front of him, straining his eyes for any signs of life emanating from the darkness. Again, he heard the distinct sound of movement, the sound of rustling leaves just beyond the small circle of light. He stood there frozen, his eyes moving among the shadows. Suddenly, just as he was about to continue his tentative investigation, a dark shadow moved out from behind a thick bush no more than 10 feet away. It slipped into the open clearing, and with its head turned in his direction, walked swiftly along the perimeter of the campground. Levi felt his heart accelerating wildly as he came to grips with the sight before him. A mountain lion. Levi took a step back as the large cat slipped among the trees no more than 10 or 15 feet away. He knew that any sudden movement might cause the animal to attack, so he tried to remain as still as possible. He lowered the flaming piece of wood so that it was now between him and the creature, but quickly realized that the cougar didn't seem anxious to make any further contact with him, other than giving him a quick once-over. Levi could also see that the great beast was soaked through, its fur hanging down in long, sagging folds by its side, its tail almost dragging along the ground behind it. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it slipped silently between 2 large trees and vanished from sight. Levi stood for several long minutes in silence, staring at the gap in the trees where the cougar had just disappeared. It was only when he noticed the flames on his stick slowly extinguishing that he turned and made his way back to the fire. He crouched down beside the flames, grateful once again for its warmth. As he dropped to the ground before the dying flames, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion swept over him. In the space of only a few short minutes, nothing had become more important to him than getting some sleep. No longer did he care about the wild animals lurking in the forest or the haunting memories that now plagued him. All he wanted to do was sleep. Levi placed the remaining pieces of wood onto the fire, then crawled inside his tent. He took one last look up into the swaying branches of the oak tree high above him and closed his eyes. Chapter 8. When Levi woke the next morning, The soft patter of raindrops on the tent and the branches overhead greeted him. He glanced toward the clearing on his right and looked up at the grey, overcast sky. An old saying popped into his head: "If the rain starts before 7, it'll end before 11. He checked his watch and groaned. "I forgot. It's broken." Squinting at the sky, he tried to gauge the sun's position. With a resigned sigh, he crawled out of his sleeping bag and pulled his backpack from the corner of the tent. He tipped it over, spilling its contents onto the canvas floor, and began sifting through the scattered items. His eye fell on the small black Bible his mother had tucked inside. He picked it up and turned it over in his hand, thinking about how worried his mother would be if he didn't show up by the end of the week. Levi tossed the Bible onto the floor, and as he did, a piece of paper slipped out from the inside of the front cover. He sat down, staring at the paper for a brief moment, then leaned over and picked it up. Carefully, he unfolded it and held it up in front of him. It was the song lyrics for "Amazing Grace." He immediately recognized his mother's handwriting. "Levi, I found this hymn to be a great source of comfort to me after your father passed away. You might think I'm silly for putting so much stock into an old song like this, but for some strange reason, I thought you might enjoy reading it. Love, Mom." Amazing Grace by John Newton. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound, that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, toils, and snares I have already come. 'Twas grace that brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Yes, when this flesh and heart shall fail, and mortal life shall cease, I shall possess within the veil a life of joy and peace. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. The Lord has promised good to me, His word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be as long as life endures. The earth shall soon dissolve like snow, the sun forbear to shine, but God who called me here below will be forever mine. Levi sat in silence for a moment before slipping the piece of paper into his shirt pocket. He then picked up his hunting knife and hatchet, stuffing everything else into his backpack, before placing the bag in the far corner of his tent. He unzipped his shelter and stepped outside, the dull throb in his ankle a reminder of the previous night, though it felt much better now. Pulling his jacket collar higher, he was grateful for the warm clothing that kept the early morning chill at bay. Leaving the shelter of the thick spruce tree, he ventured into the forest and soon spotted a massive fallen redwood, its trunk as wide as a refrigerator. A long branch jutted from one side, and with a few sharp swings of his hatchet, he severed it, inspecting the piece carefully before tucking it under his arm and heading back to his tent. Settling cross-legged at the entrance, he unsheathed his pocket-knife and methodically stripped the bark from the branch, shaping one end into a fine, sharp point. Over an hour passed as he worked, finally satisfied with the weapon. He tested its balance in his hand, imagining how it might fare against the cougar from the night before, should the big cat decide to return. Levi brushed the pile of wood chips out of his tent and set the spear beside him, then leaned back against his pack. After a moment, he reached for his mother's Bible and began flipping through its pages. "I wonder if there are any relevant topics in the index," he muttered, turning to the back of the book and thumbing through the pages absently. "What does this book say about being lost?" he wondered aloud, scanning the short list of entries under the heading Lost. "Here's one. Luke 19:10. This could be promising." He paused, then turned to the table of contents at the front of the Bible. Finding the Gospel of Luke, he flipped through the pages to chapter 19 and ran his finger down the text. "For the Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost." Levi dropped the book onto his lap and stared up through the mesh roof. "Yes, indeed," he said, adopting his best preacher's voice. "As the old song goes, I once was lost, but when I'm found, I'll drop to my knees and kiss the ground." He picked the Bible back up and began flipping aimlessly through the pages, pausing briefly at the titles of each section that caught his interest. Finally, he pulled his fruit bar from his shirt pocket and took a small bite. He was scanning the pages of the Gospel of John when the title of a selection of verses caught his attention: "The Rivers of Living Water." He glanced through the tent door at the turbulent waters of the river flowing by him. "I would certainly love to travel on such a river," Levi intoned loudly. "But alas, I no longer have a vessel to traverse these mighty waters." After a few more minutes, he set the Bible down on the ground and closed his eyes. Once again, the sound of raindrops could be heard against the ground and the limbs of the evergreen trees surrounding him. As he lay there, he tried his best to shake from his mind all the fears and anxieties that had built up over the last few days. Then, from somewhere deep in his subconscious, he suddenly became aware that the rain had stopped. He sat up and peered out into the clearing. Only a few drops now fell from the sodden overhanging branches. Even the sky was beginning to show great swathes of bright blue patches. "There's a welcome relief." Levi crawled out of the tent and made his way to the shore. He stood there, gazing up into the clear blue sky, a grin spreading across his face. "I appreciate the help." Hurrying back to his tent, he quickly finished packing away the rest of his gear, eager to get a head start on the day. He had no sooner finished tearing down his tent when the throbbing in his ankle forced him to stop and sit on a nearby rock. "This isn't good," he muttered to himself. "How am I supposed to find my way out of here if I can't even stand up for more than a few minutes at a time?" Levi could feel himself growing more discouraged as he sat there, holding tightly to his throbbing ankle. It was then that he saw the spear lying on the ground in front of him. He hobbled over to where it lay, picked it up, and returned to the rock. He studied the spear for a moment, then drew the knife from its sheath and swiftly whittled away a blunt point at its tip. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet and planted the sharpened end of the spear into the ground, fashioning a makeshift walking stick. He then packed away the tent into his already bulging backpack, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and set off once again along the shoreline. Levi was grateful that he could now use the spear to take some of the weight off his injured ankle. He kept himself as close to the river as possible, for the branches of the trees were still sodden with rainwater, and even brushing up against them meant getting wet. The ground was also damp, running with 100 streams and rivulets winding down from the forest in their eager quest to join the current of the rapidly flowing river. Levi had been walking for about an hour when he noticed the difference the sun was making on his mood and surroundings. A faint mist now rose from the waters, warmed by the morning sun, and he could feel the dampness of the day beginning to melt away as the temperature gradually rose. Levi felt his spirits lift with the comfort of the sun on his back. He struggled on for another 10 minutes, and just as he was about to stop to rest his tender ankle, he looked up and saw Nate's kayak wedged among a tangle of brush on the shoreline. He hurried over to the dense underbrush and, using the spear as a crude machete, fought his way through the entanglement. Grasping the prow of the kayak, he hauled it onto the shore and immediately noticed that Nate's backpack was torn open, its contents scattered across the floor of the vessel. Dragging the kayak to a dry patch of ground, he sat down to examine the few remaining items. To his dismay, he discovered that most of the food was long gone, likely eaten by a family of raccoons or other scavengers, and several of the other items seemed to be missing as well, probably lost when Nate fell from the kayak. He dragged the items from the craft and laid them out on the ground beside him, a carabiner and a length of rope, which Nate planned to use for rock climbing, a water filter, a small fishing rod with a few hooks and lures, a toothbrush, several items of clothing, badly torn by wild animals, a stick of deodorant. Levi paused. The GPS. He felt his heart leap. He quickly turned the device over and switched it on. Nothing happened. He tried again, shaking the GPS vigorously, and began pushing several buttons. Still nothing. He removed the battery, dried it on his sleeve, then returned it to its place. This thing is useless. After another quick examination, he set the device back down on the ground. The water probably ruined it. He looked back into the kayak, running his hand along its bottom to see if there were any holes or cracks. It appeared to be watertight, but he wouldn't know for sure until he took it back out onto the river. The one thing he would need was a paddle, for Nate's was long gone. He sat by the kayak for a moment, glancing around the area, hoping something might trigger an idea. After a moment he rose to his feet and began scouring the ground between himself and the forest. Near the tree line he came across a number of old sticks lying under an ancient pine tree. He picked up one that was about 5 feet long and studied it carefully before snapping it into 3 pieces. Picking up his backpack and spear, Levi returned to the kayak and sat down on a large flat rock. He then reached into his pack and retrieved a small length of rope. He positioned each stick so that they formed a crude triangle at the end of the spear. He then fastened them securely in place with the rope. He gave a hard tug on each side of the makeshift paddle to make sure it was secure, then reached into his backpack and pulled out a piece of clothing. He quickly wrapped the material around the paddle blade and secured it in place with another piece of rope. Once he was finished, he held the paddle up, carefully admiring his handiwork. Not too shabby. Levi pushed his backpack and spear down into the prow of the kayak. As he climbed to his feet, he once again felt the throbbing pain from his ankle. He turned and gazed out over the water, noting that the current was much calmer than it had been the day before. The ache in his ankle made him especially grateful to have found Nate's kayak when he did. He realized, too, that if he'd been paddling past this spot, he likely would have missed the kayak and its modest cache of supplies. Perhaps it was divine intervention that his own kayak sprung a leak. Either way, Levi was thankful for the extra provisions. Quickly, he gathered up the remaining items from Nate's belongings and pushed them down into the kayak's prow beside his own pack. He then straightened up, took a deep breath, and dragged the kayak over to the water's edge, pushing it out into the current. Climbing gingerly into the craft, Levi picked up his paddle and eased himself away from the shore. He was surprised to see how well the paddle performed as he dipped it into the water and propelled himself downstream. Cautiously, he steered the kayak into the middle of the river, then began maneuvering his way down its winding course. He noticed that the banks of the river were much rockier now, with the occasional boulder interrupting the monotony of the landscape. As he paddled by a shallow bay, 2 mallards burst from a bank of reeds, startled by his unexpected appearance. Levi had travelled for no more than 10 minutes when he rounded a sharp bend in the river and discovered a massive wall of rock lining the shore to his right. It was then that he heard for the first time the sound of rushing waters straight ahead. Quickly, he dug his paddle into the water, propelling the craft toward shore while glancing over his shoulder at the approaching rapids. As he turned his attention back to the distant shoreline, he felt his makeshift paddle snap in his hands, the bottom section breaking off and drifting away with the current. Glancing helplessly down at the broken paddle, a panicked feeling rose within him. He drove the broken instrument back into the water and pushed hard. But even as he did, the kayak seemed to drift backward towards the approaching rapids. In an instant, Levi was over the side of the kayak. With one hand gripping the edge, he began kicking towards the shore. He could already feel his grip loosening on the kayak, his hand slipping on the wet surface. Tightening his grip, he kicked with every ounce of strength that remained against the violent undertow. Knowing he couldn't afford to lose the kayak with its valuable supplies, he kicked even harder, flailing with his free arm, pushing himself forward through the water inch by inch. Suddenly, his feet brushed the riverbed. He staggered forward, pulling the kayak along with him, feeling the current tug at his chest as he moved through the deep water. His ankle throbbed mercilessly, sending waves of pain coursing through his entire body, but gradually he emerged from the deadly current, dragging the small craft through the waters and onto the rocky shoreline situated just below the towering cliff that dominated the river. Levi quickly pulled the kayak up among a cluster of trees, then collapsed in a heap, his heart pounding wildly as he stared upward into the late afternoon sky, far beyond the massive cliff face that soared high above him. Chapter 9. Levi rolled onto his back and gazed up at the steep granite cliff that rose from the shoreline, towering 50 feet above him. He lay there, staring intently at the massive wall of rock for several minutes until it hit him. Quickly, he sat up and struggled to his feet, ignoring the pain in his ankle as he moved toward the wall. "I can't believe it," he shouted. "This is it. This is the cliff that Nate was talking about. I must be near the dig site." He limped over to the wall, eyes wide as he cautiously approached the steep rock face. "So you exist after all," he murmured, pressing his hands firmly against the granite. "I was starting to have my doubts." He paused, scanning the area. "At least now I can get my bearings and find a way out of here." After a long moment, he limped across the sandy beach to where he had left his kayak. The cliff rose from the tree line to his right, stretching for about 100 feet along the shoreline before disappearing around a bend in the river. As he studied the rock's surface, he noticed faint remnants of a ledge-like path winding up the cliff with several handholds and small trees growing from the ledge, offering a possible route forward. Carefully, he made his way across the clearing, scanning the ground around him. If this was the archaeological site mentioned by Nate's uncle, there didn't appear to be much evidence indicating that ancient people had once lived here. He continued to the edge of the forest and picked his way among a grove of evergreen trees clustered at the bottom of the cliff. He had gone no more than 20 feet when he noticed bunches of small berries growing from some nearby bushes. He picked a few and examined them carefully, putting one into his mouth and sampling its bitter taste. He then spat the berry onto the ground and tossed the others away. Maybe as a last resort. He retraced his steps back out of the trees and once again approached the high wall of rock dominating the shoreline. Taking a deep breath, he reached out, grabbed the first niche in the rock, and began his gradual ascent. It felt good to be back on such a steep precipice. It had been a while since Levi had done any serious rock climbing, and he had missed the experience. His sore ankle, however, made it a bit more challenging than he would have liked, but he enjoyed the exhilaration as he made his way up the cliff face. Levi could see that the hand and footholds had probably been used by climbers in years gone by. As he continued upward, he pictured others from generations past making the same ascent, using the same handholds, and the hardy little jack pines that grew almost perpendicularly from the rock's surface. Compared to some climbs he had experienced before, this one wasn't much of a challenge. Still, he knew he had to be careful. One slip could mean a catastrophic fall, given his present condition. Within a few minutes, Levi had pulled himself up the last few feet to the top. He couldn't keep the grin off his face as he slid onto the grassy surface. He got to his feet, turned back, and looked out over the spectacular view that greeted him. Levi could see the river winding in both directions, even as it disappeared into the dense forest to the east. He stood there for a long moment, taking in his surroundings, and for a few brief seconds he was grateful that it helped diminish the memory of the last few dreadful days. Finally, he turned and surveyed the area at the top of the cliff. This had to be the same area Nate's uncle mentioned. It would have been the perfect camping spot for the indigenous people traveling through the area. The view would have given them a tremendous advantage in terms of keeping a watchful eye out for potential enemies, and the high ground would also have acted as a natural defensive position in the event of an attack. He checked the area for any obvious signs of past activity. Levi could see where someone had set up a circle of stones for a campfire with several charred pieces of firewood scattered around. "That looks fairly recent," he said to himself. "Perhaps this is the work of Nate's uncle." He walked over to the fire pit and poked around the ashes with his foot. It was then that he noticed an area just beyond the fire pit that appeared somewhat unusual. There was a small pile of dirt and debris at one end, and an area of about 6 feet by 10 feet that had recently been cleared and excavated to a depth of about 6 inches. Levi stepped onto the soft, mossy earth, knelt and gave the ground before him a cursory examination. Nate's uncle must have been here at some point, probably investigating the site to see if any artifacts had been left behind. He ran his hand over the soil, then climbed to his feet. A closer look at this site will have to wait for the moment. Turning, he glanced up at the cloudy sky. "I think the rain should hold off for a little while," Levi muttered. He returned to the fire pit, kneeling by the charred remains, noticing little evidence, no tin cans, bottles, or any other signs of civilization. Rising to his feet, he glanced around, and it was then that he spotted a narrow trail leading into the woods at the far end of the cliff. "This would make for an ideal place to set up camp for the night," he said to himself. "Now all I have to do is head back down to get my supplies from the shore." Levi walked across the open area leading to the forest and started down the narrow trail, grateful that he didn't have to take the same route he had used to get there. His ankle was getting much too sore for that kind of activity. Gingerly, he followed the winding path, which ran parallel to the side of the cliff. About halfway to the bottom, the path was abruptly interrupted by a 6-foot-wide gap. He stopped and stepped cautiously over to the edge, peering down into the dark, empty space below. As he did, his foot nudged a large stone. The stone rolled off the footpath and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Even after Levi lost sight of it, he continued to hear the sound of it bouncing down the incline. He stood there for several long seconds, staring curiously into the crevice. "There's something about this rock formation that looks a bit out of place." Levi scanned his surroundings, spotting a large branch lying against the side of the cliff. He bent down and picked it up. It was about 6 feet long and as thick as a person's forearm. "This might be just what I need to get across the gap in the trail." Levi hobbled over to the edge of the path and dug the end of the stick into the loose soil at his feet. He then put his full weight on the stick, testing its strength as he studied the width of the gap before him. Under normal circumstances, he would easily be able to jump such a short distance, but with his injured ankle, he knew he would need the stick's advantage to make it across. He took a deep breath and leaned backward, making sure he could push off with his one good leg. Pausing for another brief moment, he then hurtled himself through the air, using the stick to catapult himself across. His feet had barely left the ground when he heard a sickening crack beneath him and suddenly felt himself falling. Quickly, he thrust both arms out in front of him, searching in desperation for something to grab onto. A moment later, he felt his chest crash violently against the hard surface on the other side of the gap. Levi wrapped his hands around a large protruding rock, somehow managing to keep himself from falling into the crevice below. He felt his feet and legs bounce painfully off the side of the ledge, and for a moment he thought he might actually fall to the bottom. To make matters worse, he could feel the rock begin to shift ever so slightly in his hands, as if it were about to give way and drop him into the depths below. But the stone held firm. Levi dangled there helplessly, attempting to gather his strength. Summoning every reserve within him, he pulled himself up onto the pathway, using his one good foot to thrust himself upward. He could feel several small pebbles kick loose from his scrambling feet, and he was dimly aware of the sound of the rocks tumbling downward, bouncing off the walls for several seconds before coming to rest at the bottom. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Levi climbed back to his feet and limped down to the beach where he had left his small stash of supplies. As he made his way back across the shoreline, he peered up at the steep cliff. There was no way he would be able to climb back up the rock face. His ankle throbbed, as though someone had jabbed him with a red-hot poker. He swung his pack onto his shoulders and made his way back toward the shelter of the trees lining the beach. His decision to camp on higher ground had been the right one, confirmed by the swampy soil surrounding the beach, definitely not an ideal place to settle for the night. Yet he knew that heading back up the trail through the trees meant crossing that same gap in the path. A grin spread across his face as a sudden thought came to him. A bridge. Levi pushed his way back through the bush to the path leading up the hill, then made his way up the steep embankment, his ankle protesting with each step. A few minutes later, he was back at the spot in the path that had caused him so much trouble. He slipped the pack from his shoulders and sagged onto the ground, resting his back against the cliff as he examined the few small trees that were scattered around him. A long, dead, medium-sized spruce tree immediately caught his attention. At one time, it had grown right out of the side of the cliff, curving and reaching upward toward the distant sun. Levi climbed to his feet and removed the hatchet from his pack. The tree was roughly 15 feet in length, and most of its branches had long since lost their bark. I don't see why this old tree can't serve a dual purpose. I should be able to make a sturdy makeshift bridge from the base of its trunk and collect the rest of the dead branches for firewood. Quickly, Levi set to work at the task at hand. Within a few minutes, he had felled the tree across the pathway before him. He then trimmed the protruding branches off the sides, placing them neatly in a pile close by before turning his attention to cutting the tree in half. Levi could feel the energy slowly draining from his body as he worked away at it with his hatchet. It had been a long couple of days, the longest of his life, and it felt as though his lack of strength and energy was finally catching up with him. He shook his head, trying to refocus on the task at hand. It took him roughly 10 minutes to cut through the center of the tree, so that it was now divided into 2 equal halves. He then sat back on his haunches, feeling with some alarm how hard his heart was pounding in his chest. After a few more minutes, he rose to his feet, dragged one length of tree alongside the other, and pulled the long coil of rope from his backpack. Carefully, he placed one length of spruce over the gap in the path, watching the far end drop neatly into place. He then returned to the second log and repeated the process, so that they lay side by side. Dropping to his knees, he used the rope to begin tying the closest ends together, making a bridge wide enough to travel across. As he was tying the 2 logs together, the loose end of the rope slipped off the bridge and hung down into the chasm. Levi was in the process of pulling it back up when he glanced down curiously into the depths below. I wonder if there's anything down there. Perhaps I can explore this area tomorrow morning, but for now I'm far too exhausted to contemplate such an adventure. He pulled the rope back up the remaining length, finished tying the trees together, and then climbed back to his feet. He would make camp at the top of the cliff. Then tomorrow he would explore the site that Nate's uncle was so excited about, whatever that might uncover. He would need at least a day or 2 before his ankle was strong enough to carry him out of the area anyway, so he might as well make good use of his time. Perhaps something positive would come out of this trip yet. Levi slung his backpack onto his shoulders and took one tentative step onto his homemade bridge. It looks secure enough. Carefully, one small step at a time, he eased his way across the bridge, making sure to avert his eyes from the depths below. He felt a strange sense of embarrassment at how terrified he was at that moment. Surely a small gap like this shouldn't be rattling him so much. He had crossed much more perilous ravines than this, and not been half as shaken. Perhaps the grim reality of death was now playing on his mind more than it ever had on past excursions. Finally, he stepped off the bridge on the other side, drew in a deep, relieved sigh and smiled broadly. I'd better get used to this little bridge, because I can see myself crossing it a few more times before abandoning this site altogether. Chapter 10. Sleep came quickly for Levi. It felt like he had barely settled into his sleeping bag before he was out like a light. However, the rest of the night was long and cold, with the persistent pain in his ankle waking him repeatedly throughout the morning. Finally, shortly after the sun had skimmed the eastern horizon, he crawled out of the tent. With his water filter in hand, he started back down the trail to the river, his ankle throbbing mercilessly with each step and his stomach rumbling with hunger. It had been quite some time since he had eaten his last meal, so he knew finding something to eat soon would be his top priority if he was to maintain his strength. When he finally reached the shoreline, he knelt at a small point of land where the river was clear. Removing the water filter from its pack, he screwed his bottle onto the filter. Attaching a narrow rubber hose to the side of the pump, he dropped the end of the hose into the water and began pumping the cool, clean water into his container. He was grateful for at least one item in his inventory that would keep him safe and healthy. His thoughts turned back to his hunger. Surely the river was teeming with fish, trout, pike, perch, maybe even some salmon. A bit of fishing could be just what he needed. Levi also considered setting up a few traps or snares in the bush to catch some wild game. And the berries he had seen on the trail earlier, those could be another potential food source. He glanced back down at his water bottle and noticed that it was almost full. With a few final pumps, he unscrewed the hose from the device, returned the contents to its pouch, and then leaned back and took a few sips of the deliciously crisp water. After a few brief minutes, he reluctantly rose to his feet and started back across the beach to the trail leading to his campsite. Even though the water had hit the spot, it did little to relieve the growing hunger he now felt. Levi pushed through a patch of brush as he started back up the trail. He noticed how thick the bushes grew along his route, many of them hanging with clusters of berries. He paused, leaned into one of the bushes and pulled a handful from its branches. Levi studied the small, bright red berries for a minute, then popped a few of them into his mouth. They were tart, each containing a small, hard seed. Something about the familiar sour taste triggered a memory deep within him. Perhaps he had eaten this type of berry on a past camping trip, or when he had visited his grandparents' farm. He waded deeper into the forest, and for the next several minutes devoured as many berries as he could. Finally, he made his way back to the path and started up the hillside to his camp. As he crossed the makeshift bridge, he was drawn once again to the strange rock formation lurking below. Now, in the light of day, he could see what appeared to be an opening at the base of the cliff. He stood for a moment, his mind turning over several possible explanations for the unusual formation. Finally, he moved back up the pathway, determined to return and investigate as soon as possible to find out exactly what made up the strange array of light and shadows beneath his bridge. By the time he got back to the top of the cliff, his ankle was throbbing mercilessly, yet the pain didn't seem as sharp as it had the day before. He hobbled over to his tent and rummaged through his pack, setting a number of items on the grass next to him. Finally, he replaced everything in his bag except for the shovel and headlamp. He sat there for another moment or two, then climbed reluctantly to his feet and started back down the trail. When he arrived at the small bridge, he dropped down onto one knee and unwound the rope that had served to tie the logs together. A 30-foot length now remained at the side of the trail, its opposite end tied securely to the bridge. Levi brought the rope over to the edge of the trail and sat down, his feet dangling over the side. As he studied the surface of the rock beneath him, he could now clearly see a large chasm in the side of the cliff, a gaping crevice that disappeared into the darkness below. Levi strapped the lamp to his forehead and switched the light on. He then carefully checked the end of the rope that was tied to the bridge, making sure the knot was secure before winding it around one of his hands several times and pulling it taut. Carefully, he eased himself off the side of the path, both feet pressed hard against the rock wall in front of him, one hand holding on tightly to the bridge. Ever so carefully, he eased himself away from the bridge and down the side of the cliff. Almost immediately, he wished the rope were thicker, as it didn't offer much of a grip and seemed to be cutting into his hands. Inch by inch, he eased himself down into the growing darkness. With one hand, he reached up and adjusted his headlamp slightly to get a better view. He could already feel the dampness of the cave enveloping him. As he lowered himself further, he saw a strange light shining in the distance and suddenly realized that he was almost touching the floor. A moment later, as his feet struck solid ground, he released his grip on the rope. He swung the headlamp cautiously around his new surroundings and noticed a large crack in the wall to his right, from which the fissure of light emanated. Carefully, Levi moved toward the inviting crevice and realized it was much larger than he had initially thought. He squeezed through the crack and wiggled between the two flat shelves of rock that formed a narrow passageway. When he finally made his way through the last few feet of the corridor, he was shocked to find himself standing in a large cavern with a high ceiling. A long beam of light streamed in through an opening in the far wall, casting an eerie glow over the room. Levi slowly moved the headlamp around, taking in the space. The cavern was roughly the size of his apartment's living room, with the ceiling several feet above his head. He stepped into the room, methodically taking in the sights before him. The first thing he noticed was what looked to be an old fire pit sitting in the middle of the floor. He approached the small pile of ash and wood and knelt down for a closer look. It was evident in the glow of his headlamp that the fire pit looked quite ancient. Levi ran his hand through the remnants, picking up what appeared to be a small twig. As he drew it closer to his face, he was surprised to see it was actually a bone. He gave the fire pit one more careful examination, then reluctantly rose to his feet and gazed at his surroundings. There was something strangely forbidding about the place. Levi could almost feel the hair standing up on the back of his neck as the dim light from his headlamp shone slowly around the darkened cave. This place gives me the chills. He had almost completed a circuit of the room when he noticed something unusual on the back wall. Pausing, he stepped carefully across the room towards the flat surface of the cave wall. Straining his eyes in the darkness, he slowly moved his light across the dull, chalky surface to determine exactly what lay before him. At first, it seemed to be a simple, random collection of lines and scrawls. Then, all at once, it struck him. What he was looking at was a series of crude paintings. Levi stepped back in surprise. "Is this what I think it is?" Recovering from his initial shock, Levi inched closer to the wall. He moved so close that his face was only about a foot or so from the drawings, the headlamp brightly lighting up the surface of the rock in front of him. He could now make out a number of the animals on the wall: a bear, a wolf, a deer, a cat-like creature. He turned his head as a growing sense of exhilaration swept through him. Clearly these were drawn by the Aboriginal peoples. They must have lived here centuries ago. It was then that the headlamp picked up an even fainter image only a few feet away from the other paintings. He moved in closer and played the light on that section of the wall. The remaining images gave Levi the distinct impression that they were much older than the other paintings, yet it was the subject of the paintings that he found most unusual. The second mural seemed even more elaborate than the first. He noted the appearance of several men, each armed with spears, gathered around a large winged creature with a long tooth-filled beak and an elongated bony protrusion sticking out of the top of its head. "That looks like a pterodactyl," Levi said in astonishment. How could the early native inhabitants have known what a pterodactyl looks like? After studying the artwork for another long moment, he swung his light further down the wall, and once again the glow illuminated yet another astonishing work of art. This time he was looking at what was unmistakably an image of an enormous man with long red hair holding a massive spear. Levi edged even closer to the face of the rock, casting the light on the strange artwork. What was even more astounding was the fact that the painting also featured several regular-sized men standing around the giant figure, their spears pointed upward in a threatening gesture. "This is incredible." He stood there for a long moment, taking in the sight before him, trying to determine what these paintings could mean. Finally, he searched the pockets of his jacket for something to write on, to record exactly what he was seeing. He grimaced. The only writing materials he found were a ballpoint pen and the lyrics to Amazing Grace that he had stuffed into his shirt pocket. Levi quickly unfolded the piece of paper and moved in closer to the first painting. He was about to begin his sketch when he realized that the pen did not want to cooperate. He shook the pen in exasperation, scribbling furiously on the blank piece of paper. "Isn't that typical?" he said, suppressing a wry smile. "Whenever anybody spots a rare creature like a Sasquatch or the Loch Ness Monster, they never seem to have a camera on hand, or in this case a working pen." Finally, the ink began to flow. "Thank God," he said with a sigh of relief. With great care, he began to sketch the drawings, including a brief description below each image. As each drawing was completed, his excitement grew stronger. "Ah, Nate," he said to himself, "I just wish you were here to see this. Your uncle may have been an odd, secretive soul, but he was certainly onto something." He returned to the first drawing and began checking his work, making sure each detail was as exact as he could make it and that no detail was missed. When Levi finally completed his review, he folded up the piece of paper and took a deep breath. "Now all I have to do is make sure I get out of this place alive, otherwise I'll never be able to share my story with the rest of the world." He stepped back from the paintings and glanced out through the narrow crack in the wall on the opposite side of the cave from where he had entered, grateful for the thin stream of light that the opening allowed. For the first time, he heard the sound of rainfall. "Oh, that's just great," Levi muttered to himself. "It looks like I'm in for another wet night." But as he stood there, a sudden thought struck him. "Wait a minute," he said, his eyes brightening. "I'm in a cave, dry as a bone, the perfect place to spend the night, regardless of how creepy it might be." He glanced around the room. "First, I'd better get my gear out of the rain." The crack in the wall was only a few feet wide and reached from the floor to the ceiling. Levi edged himself into the crevice and worked his way down the narrow passageway. Although it took a couple of sharp right-hand turns, the passage itself was only about 15 feet in length and bore upward at a 30-degree angle. In only a few short seconds, Levi found himself in the middle of a large, dense bush. The rain was now little more than a thin mist, giving him an uncomfortable, damp feeling. He quickly got his bearings and then turned, heading back along the new route toward the hillside where he had left his supplies. This certainly was a much easier route than going up the backside of the hill and crossing over that makeshift bridge. He was just on the fringes of the clearing at the top of the hill when a shiny object under a dead cedar tree caught his attention. Making a detour, he bent down and picked up an old, weathered pop can. Levi smiled. Perhaps the remnants of a snack from Nate's uncle. He tucked the can into his jacket pocket, swiftly gathered his pack, and headed back down the trail to gather the rest of his supplies. Chapter 11. Several hours had passed since Levi had returned to the cave with the remainder of his provisions. The light shining in through the opening in the wall had gradually faded until the interior was shrouded in darkness. By then, he was lying within the warm confines of his sleeping bag, trying his best to find a comfortable spot on the hard, rocky surface of the floor. He lay there for what seemed like hours, staring up at the darkened ceiling. Then, as he found himself gradually drifting off to sleep, the strange sounds of the night slowly faded into the recesses of his subconscious. It was there that these peculiar sounds took on a life of their own, unfamiliar cries that seemed to call out to him in the night. Cries that were strangely similar to the wails of a young child or the plaintive calls of the lost. A sudden thud at the entrance of the cave caused Levi to bolt upright in his sleeping bag. He sat there in the darkness, staring across the cavern at the narrow opening, to the shadows and mysterious shapes that wavered in the light of the campfire. Reluctantly, he laid back down, his eyes wide open. Then, a faint groaning sound drifted in from the darkness, sending a chill coursing through his body. Levi reached frantically for his headlamp and crawled out from his sleeping bag. Slowly, he climbed to his feet, and with the headlamp lighting the way, was able to locate the makeshift spear which lay on the floor next to his bed. Carefully, he edged his way towards the crevice, his light shining on the darkness of the entranceway. He knew that he was probably overreacting to some innocent night sounds, but he could still feel his heart pounding wildly and a cold chill coursing through his entire body. When Levi was almost within arm's reach, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching from the cave's entrance. He hesitated, leaning forward to see if the light might reveal what was lurking just outside the darkened opening. "Hello," he said in a low voice. Immediately the shuffling stopped. He paused for a moment longer, listening intently as the strange rustling sound started up again, this time so intense that Levi took a few steps back. "Is someone there?" he asked, holding his spear out in front of him. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the cave. Even his headlamp flickered in the stillness, casting grotesque shadows on the walls around him. Then a sudden warm gust of wind blew through the crevice and into the cave, stirring up the dirt and ash lying on the ground nearby. He staggered backwards, rubbing frantically at the tiny particles in his eyes, and as he did he noticed for the first time a stream of water trickling slowly by his feet and into the cave. When the dust finally settled, he blinked the last of the dirt from his eyes and glanced back toward the entrance. There, standing motionless in the shadows of the narrow opening, was Nate. Levi stood frozen in the faint glow of the rapidly dying fire, his breath caught in his throat as terror overwhelmed him. There, in the darkness, stood his friend, silhouetted against the shadows, wearing the same drenched clothing Levi had buried him in. But now his skin was a sickly, pale blue, and dirt clung to his hair and face. He took a few hesitant steps backward, his gaze fixed firmly on the blank, ashen face of his friend. The lamp on his forehead suddenly began blinking in and out, casting Nate into a myriad of shapes and shadows that were even more terrifying than before. "What are you doing here?" Levi asked, his voice a mere whisper. "What do you want?" Nate stood wordlessly in the shadows, staring ominously into the face of his friend. Levi could feel his body begin to tremble uncontrollably. He took another step backward, his foot catching on a rock in the middle of the cave. He tumbled, landing heavily on the hard surface, and scrambled desperately away from the terrifying apparition. As he moved, his right hand brushed against the hot coals of the fire, sending a searing pain shooting up his arm. Instantly, Levi was awake, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. He sat up in his sleeping bag and scanned the dark cave. It was just a dream. The relief washed over him so suddenly that he nearly fainted. Then he felt a stinging sensation in his right hand. Realizing that he must have rolled too close to the fire during the night and burned himself on the coals, he assessed the injury. It wasn't severe, but he knew he would need to apply some ointment from his first aid kit in order to avoid any infection. Levi slipped out of his sleeping bag and looked towards the entrance of the cave, where the light of a new day filtered in through the darkness, and he could hear the unmistakable sound of birds chirping in the distance. He slowly pushed the sleeping bag away and was now faintly aware that his body was damp with sweat. He ran his fingers through his hair, trying desperately to push the terrifying image of the nightmare from his mind. Levi picked up his pack and made his way to the crevice in the rock. He slipped through the narrow opening of the cave and stepped out into the fresh morning air. He soon found himself standing on top of an enormous boulder by the river. The sun was already peaking above the horizon, and he was grateful to see that there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. He allowed a brief smile to cross his face. "Thank you, God. I needed this." Taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, Levi quickly scaled the summit of the great rock outcropping. His stomach rumbled with hunger, and he knew that his top priority had to be finding something to eat. When he reached the top of the hill, Levi was relieved to find that his injured ankle didn't feel too sore after the climb. With one more day of rest, his ankle should be strong enough to start his cross-country trek back to civilization. He glanced around the small clearing, then moved slowly into the forest, carefully searching the ground beneath him. After a few minutes, he found a large, flat rock lying under a small tree. Levi knelt by the rock and carefully lifted up one end, grinning broadly. This should do the trick. Climbing to his feet, he snapped off a dried branch from a nearby tree and quickly broke it into several pieces, each about 4 inches long and as thick as one of his fingers. He then reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out the last remaining piece of his fruit bar, smearing it on the end of one of the sticks. Dropping down next to the rock, he lifted one end and propped it up with his foot. Carefully, he positioned 2 sticks lengthwise to support the rock. Once he was confident the sticks were holding it in place, he slipped his foot out from underneath and stood up. Unfortunately, he inadvertently nudged the bottom stick, causing his makeshift trap to collapse onto the forest floor. He groaned and shook his head in frustration. "At least I know it works," he said with a grin. "Let's try that again." He dropped back down beside the rock. A few minutes later the trap was set, and he moved away from it once more. "All right," he muttered. "Let's hope this works." He picked up his pack and slipped it onto his shoulders. No sense in waiting around here all day. He could already feel the warmth of the sun on his face as he made his way to the river. He stopped by the berry bushes and spent several minutes filling his pockets with the tangy fruit. Only when the bush was almost bare did he continue on his journey. When Levi reached the shoreline, he was disappointed to find that the current was too strong for fishing. Shrugging his backpack into place, he began following the river downstream. The first dozen feet were rocky and treacherous, the surface worn smooth and slippery from years of wear. After about 10 minutes, he rounded a sharp bend and was surprised to discover that much of the shoreline had disappeared, replaced by dense underbrush. His path now seemed more difficult, with thick brush, jagged boulders and fallen trees scattered across the ground. The journey became increasingly precarious as he wound his way through the obstacles, struggling to reach the top of an embankment. A few times he had to grab onto a tree root or boulder to keep his footing and avoid falling onto the rocks below. Finally, he reached the summit and swung himself onto a mossy ledge. From the clearing, he was able to get a bird's-eye view of the river and see if there were any potential fishing spots. However, the current still appeared too strong. Carefully, he made his way back down the other side of the hill, relieved to find that his ankle was holding up under the rigors of the arduous journey. Over an hour had passed since Levi left the campsite, and he was starting to doubt whether he would ever find a peaceful spot on the river for fishing. Just then he noticed a small, shallow bay, sheltered by a long, rocky point jutting into the water. The bay, about the size of a large swimming pool, was tranquil and flat, with dark waters perfectly still in the morning air. A grin spread across Levi's face as he gazed out over the picturesque scene, a strange euphoria coursing through him. Carefully he made his way through a thick tangle of dead brush to the shoreline, found an old rotting log to sit on, and set his backpack down by his feet. He pulled out his canteen and took a couple of long sips of water. The fishing rod and reel were easily assembled. He selected a colourful lure and tied it to the end of the nylon line. His first cast sent the lure sailing at least 20 feet, where it disappeared beneath the surface of the water. "Here, fishy, fishy, fishy," Levi said with a smile. "Come on, don't be shy. Be a good sport and take the bait." Slowly he reeled the lure back in, his eyes tracking the line as it glided through the still waters of the bay. Levi spent the remainder of the morning and much of the afternoon in the same spot, casting out the line and reeling it back in. Several times he stopped to change lures, even going to the trouble of digging out a few worms from underneath a nearby rock and attaching them to the hook. By the time the afternoon was over, his arms and legs were beginning to ache, and worst of all, he had absolutely nothing to show for all his troubles except for a couple of shiners, which he ended up using as bait. He glanced up at the sun, already sinking toward the western horizon. Reluctantly, he packed up his fishing gear and started the long journey back to the campsite, retracing his steps along the rugged fringes of the winding river. His stomach had been rumbling all day, and as he began the walk back to camp, it became even more noticeable. The handful of berries he had eaten several hours earlier had done little to ease the sharp hunger pangs now gnawing at him. All the way back to camp, he kept a lookout for anything edible along the way. Berries, mushrooms, or anything that appeared consumable. He was eager to see if his deadfall trap had been more successful than its inventor. He was still several feet away from the trap when he suddenly realized that it had been sprung. The large rock was no longer propped up by the sticks, but lay flat on the ground. Levi could feel a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "What do we have here?" Stooping down, he carefully lifted the large rock and peered beneath it. Nothing. He groaned, letting the rock drop to the forest floor. He sagged onto the mossy ground, shaking his head in frustration. This day was a complete waste. Levi knew he needed to get something to eat soon, or he'd start losing his strength. He glanced at the rock, debating whether it was worth resetting the trap. That's when he noticed a small tuft of fur stuck to the edge of the rock nearest to him. He crawled over and took a closer look at the strange object, then pulled it free. Next to the fur was a smear of blood about the size of a dime. "Wait a minute," he muttered, examining the trap. "It looks like whatever sprung this must have been injured." He glanced around the small glade in the forest. If that's the case, then the little critter might still be around here somewhere, perhaps too badly hurt to have crawled far. He climbed stiffly to his feet, grabbing the spear as he did. With the sun rapidly setting, he began a careful search of the nearby forest floor, knowing his chances of spotting an injured animal in the darkening woods would be slim at best. With each step, he scanned the area, hoping any kind of movement would catch his attention. He had only been searching for a few minutes when he heard a soft, shuffling noise, so indistinct that only his subconscious picked it up. He pivoted and moved cautiously toward the source of the sound, inching closer to a large fallen tree about 10 feet away. Ever so carefully, he eased his way around the tree, keeping the spear poised overhead. Then he saw it. A squirrel suddenly appeared from a small bush, moving quickly in the opposite direction, its instinct for survival pushing it beyond the pain of its injuries. Levi noticed right away that the squirrel was dragging one of its hind legs behind it, so he sprang after the small rodent, gripping the spear tightly and waving it in small circles overhead. The squirrel was surprisingly agile despite running on only 3 legs. It managed to weave in and out of more than a dozen trees and over and under a half-dozen fallen logs before Levi finally cornered it at the edge of a small pool of water. The squirrel stopped abruptly and was turning to its left when Levi brought the end of his spear down on the creature. When he lifted the stick, he found the squirrel on its back. It gave a few feeble kicks, then lay completely still. Chapter 12. Levi awoke with the first light of dawn, the soft hues of morning brushing the treetops. He lay still for a while, letting the melodic chorus of birdsong wash over him. The previous evening had been warm and cloudless, convincing him to forgo the cave in favor of sleeping under the open sky. He was relieved not to feel the same gnawing hunger as the night before, thanks in part to the squirrel he'd eaten for supper. Even so, the night had felt endless, his stomach unsettled, likely from eating too many berries. He crawled out from the comfort of his sleeping bag, rubbed his aching limbs, and patted himself for warmth in the cool morning air. He had been up stoking the fire throughout the night, so all he needed to do was throw a few dried branches onto the coals to get another blaze going. He quickly rolled up his sleeping bag, stuffed it into his pack, and then sat down before the fire, grateful for its warmth and companionship. Levi took a deep breath as he considered the possibilities for the day ahead. Now that his ankle had recovered, he wanted to set out for civilization as soon as possible. All he could remember from Nate's plan was that they should travel east or west from this site, rather than fighting the river's current all the way back to the car. The only question remaining was which direction he should choose. He looked up at the sun rising above the trees, trying to recall how long Nate had said it would take to reach civilization. Surely it wouldn't take more than a few days. After all, they had planned to be back in class the following week. After a moment he reached into his backpack and pulled out his mother's Bible, turning it over in his hands. For some reason, the very presence of the little book gave him an odd sense of comfort. A smile glinted across his face. Well, God, you led Moses out of the wilderness, so why not show me the way? He turned to the middle of the book and began leafing through the pages, looking for something that might grab his attention, even though he had no idea what that could be. He continued flipping aimlessly from verse to verse for several minutes before letting out a defeated sigh and slipped it back into his pack. Levi sat there for another minute, mulling over his 2 options, traveling east or west. He vaguely remembered Nate saying that following the river any further was hopeless because it wound its way endlessly through the wilderness. East or west were his only 2 options. If he went east, he would have to cross the river before starting the trek. He looked out at the swollen current in front of him and shuddered at the thought. He couldn't even imagine crossing it in his kayak, and anyway he wanted nothing more to do with kayaking or going anywhere near that river. Levi turned and glanced over his shoulder in a westerly direction. Go west, young man. He was pretty sure that saying wasn't from the Bible, yet for some reason it offered him some solace. For the next hour or so, Levi packed up his belongings and waited patiently for the sun to rise above the horizon. For most of his life, he had always had a lousy sense of direction, and he knew it would be a struggle to keep himself heading due west. Following the sun's path might give him a better chance of staying on track. Once he finished packing, he stood up and prepared to leave the site. He first poured the remaining water from his canteen over the campfire, dousing the flames and stirring the ashes to ensure it was completely out. Satisfied that the fire was extinguished, he made his way to the river to refill his canteen. As he filled it with fresh water, he glanced at the choppy surface of the river and felt a cool, easterly wind brush against his face. A sudden shiver ran through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Time to go. Levi walked back to the campsite and then through the small clearing on the other side, making sure to keep the rising sun to his back. As he entered the forest, the tall trees seemed to blot out much of the light, reminding him of how cool the mornings were up in the mountains. It wasn't long before his mind began to wander, filled with a growing sense of anxiety. How am I ever going to tell Nate's parents about what happened to him? What could I possibly say to them to help ease the blow? How do you tell someone that their son is dead? Then again, how can I even be sure that I'll be able to make it out of here alive? Suddenly, Levi became acutely aware of the forest's oppressive density. His mind had been wandering for several minutes, and now a creeping sense of claustrophobia began to sink in. He paused, pulling the hatchet from his backpack, and scanned for a gap in the trees ahead. The area around him was choked full of thick, fern-like plants that rose up past his waist, their leaves nearly the size of dinner plates, and blocking any view of the forest floor. As Levi pushed forward, he used the hatchet to hack at the tangled vegetation, but found the undergrowth so dense that he couldn't make a proper swing. Levi paused, searching for an alternate escape route, but found none. Slowly, he waded deeper into the thick brush, stumbling over hidden holes and tripping on unseen logs. It took him over 15 minutes to cover half the length of a city block. This is impossible. How am I ever going to make it out of here? He gazed down at his bare arms and noted several new scratches. Levi knew his ankles had been scratched up too, and his legs felt weak with fatigue. He stood for a long moment, attempting to regain his composure and some of his energy. I'm going to have to come up with something quick, or it's going to take me forever to get out of here. He glanced upward at the towering coniferous trees rising high above his head. Too bad there aren't any vines hanging down for me to swing on. Now I understand why Tarzan always swung his way through the jungle. As Levi scanned his surroundings, he noticed for the first time a number of dead trees that had fallen and lay scattered all around him, often sprawled one on top of the other in crisscross patterns. Slowly, he moved through the dense brush toward the closest tree, which lay in the same direction he was heading. As he approached, he was struck by its size. The tree, though it had long since fallen, was enormous. "Aha!" Levi muttered to himself. "I think this might actually work." Despite lying flat on the forest floor, the tree's circumference rose up past his chest. Deciding it was worth a try, he slipped the hatchet back into his pack and hoisted himself up onto the massive trunk. Standing atop the tree, Levi felt the slippery dampness beneath his boots, a reminder of the recent rainfall. He would need to be extra cautious. Extending his arms for balance, he carefully made his way down the length of the tree. Finally, he emerged from the nettlesome branches that had plagued him for the past half hour, grateful for the unexpected path that the tree was now providing. Using this new strategy, Levi was able to transfer almost seamlessly from tree to tree, nimbly skirting the majority of the underbrush as he made his way in a generally westward direction. A few minutes later, he noticed that the surrounding brush was growing less dense, and the fallen trees were less plentiful and much smaller. Finally, he looked up to see that there was only one fallen tree remaining in close proximity to where he was now standing. But this tree was several feet away. "This must be the end of the line," Levi muttered to himself as he readied to leap the gap between the trees. Shifting his backpack slightly, he took a few quick steps back and launched himself across the void. For a brief moment he felt the wind rush past his ears. Then, as he landed on the fallen tree, his feet slipped out from under him. Levi crashed onto his side with a jarring thud, barely having time to brace himself. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and he lay there for a long moment, wincing as a sharp pain surged through his ribcage. I knew I would regret that. Finally, he got to his feet, inhaling laboured breaths, and with each one he could feel an intense burning in his side, a pain so strong it almost caused him to black out. He pulled up his shirt and checked his torso. There was a large red welt where he had landed, but as he pressed his fingers against his ribs, he couldn't feel any of the sharp pangs he thought would surely accompany a broken rib. At least I can be thankful for that. Levi made his way to the end of the log and slipped back down onto the forest floor. With one hand still pressed firmly against his aching side, he pushed through the remainder of the thick underbrush until he finally stepped out into a small clearing in the forest under a canopy of enormous oak trees. He walked out into the middle of the clearing and sagged down onto the ground, resting his back against a large stump. He sat there for a few minutes, gathering his strength before reaching into his backpack for his canteen. As the water made its way down his parched throat, he could hear a dull rumbling sound emanate from his stomach, and remembered how little he had eaten during the past few days. Subjecting his body to so much physical work without enough fuel was bound to leave him weak and his energy levels depleted. Levi knew he would have to find something to eat soon, or he wouldn't have enough strength to make it back home. It wasn't as though he had much body fat to sustain him for long. After a few minutes he climbed to his feet. The area to his right looked promising, with a number of thin bushes spread out among the trees. Suddenly, a bird flew down from an overhanging branch and landed on one of the bushes on the edge of the clearing. It was quickly joined by another. Levi bent over, dug out a rock from the dirt at his feet, and then crept stealthily toward his distant prey. I only have one chance. He was a little more than halfway there, when the two birds suddenly darted out from the branches and disappeared into the forest. He groaned and tossed the stone awkwardly in their direction. Levi crossed the remaining distance to the bush where the birds had been perched. What were they so interested in? He murmured, leaning in for a closer look. His gaze fell on clusters of large purple berries. He picked a few, turning them over in his hand. Interesting. I've never seen these before, he mused, but the birds seemed to enjoy them. As he stepped back, his eyes caught several round rabbit droppings by his feet. He smirked. Looks like the rabbits agree. He bit into one of the berries, savouring its subtly sweet flavour. I suppose a few of these won't hurt, he said, picking a handful more and selecting about half a dozen that were ripe. With renewed energy, he continued his exploration, eager to uncover what other secrets the forest might hold. Chapter 13. For the next hour or so, Levi was able to make good time, always keeping one eye on the sun as it travelled slowly across the sky above him. It was around this time that he climbed to the top of another rocky crest and witnessed the sweeping landscape before him, a myriad of trees stretching far into the horizon, swaying gently in the warm afternoon breeze. Levi blinked, his eyes stinging with discomfort as a dull ache began to creep into his temples. I must have been staring at the sun too long. He soaked his handkerchief in water from the canteen and pressed it against his forehead, relishing the cool relief against his overheated skin. Levi carefully stowed the canteen back in his pack and began descending the rocky crest. After only a few dozen steps, the forest seemed to close in around him once more. He was grateful that the underbrush was less dense than earlier in the day, but now the relentless heat of the sun posed the greatest challenge. Levi continued walking for several more minutes before stopping once again for a drink of water. It was then, in the stillness of a small grove of fir trees, that he heard the faint bubbling sounds of a nearby stream. He shook the remaining contents of his nearly empty canteen. "Looks like I need a refill," he muttered. Despite the fact that most of the sun was now hidden by clouds, Levi could still feel the heat radiating from his body. He splashed the remainder of the water onto his face and then made his way through the thick curtain of trees towards the shallow stream meandering through the peaceful forest. Levi dropped down beside the water and set his pack on the ground. He then removed his canteen and filter and started pumping fresh water into the container. He was almost finished when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow move swiftly overhead. It happened so quickly that he thought a cloud must have moved between him and the sun, but when he glanced up at the sky, he saw that the clouds were still hidden by the sun, and there were no birds or rescue planes in sight. In his heart, he knew that he hadn't been missing long enough to expect any rescuers. He slipped the canteen and water pump back into his pack and hoisted it onto his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, he moved away from the stream and, with a quick, painful glance up at the sky, started off once again into the thick curtain of trees. Levi moved more slowly now. His legs had begun to lose their strength, and his stomach was giving him far more serious problems. He felt a surge of anxiety take hold as he attempted to take in his surroundings. The trees in this part of the forest were so tall and dense that it had become difficult for Levi to get a good sense of where the sun was sitting or in which direction it was tracking across the sky. For the first time, he had a real sense that he could be lost, that he might actually be walking in circles, or at the very least, not walking westward as he should be. He stopped directly under an enormous white pine and drew in another deep breath, willing the growing sense of panic from his mind. Finally, he swung the pack down from his shoulders and reached inside. "My map," Levi said anxiously. "Why didn't I think of that before?" He rummaged inside his pack, pulling out several items and dropping them onto the ground by his feet. "Where did I put the map?" A sudden, enormous shadow swept over him, followed by a rush of powerful wind. Startled, he looked up and caught a fleeting glimpse of a massive bird disappearing into the treetops. Frozen in place, he stared at the empty sky, his heart racing. "What was that?" he whispered nervously to himself. After a moment, he returned to his pack and continued digging around inside, frantically looking for his elusive map. Levi had just about reached the bottom of his pack when a disturbing thought struck him. "I don't remember packing a map." Suddenly a loud shriek sounded directly above him. Levi looked up, and what he saw instantly took his breath away. The bird was now plainly evident. Its wingspan was at least 20 feet, with a body larger than a full-grown man. Beneath its two short legs, massive claws hung threateningly below a pointed tail. "It can't be," he whispered. Levi stood there, frozen in stunned silence for another long moment, then dropped to one knee and began cramming his belongings back into his bag. Quickly, he tossed the pack over his shoulders and dashed into a thick grove of towering oak trees. As he burst through the gap in the trees, a strange light-headedness overcame him. He barreled through the woods, the ground soft and mossy beneath his feet, his heavy pack jostling violently against his back. After covering about 50 feet, his foot snagged on a tree root, sending him sprawling into the underbrush. Scrambling to his feet, a rising sense of alarm gripped him as he glanced upward to see the treetops swaying in the afternoon breeze. Levi drew a deep breath, frantically searching for any sign of the great bird. Finally, he collapsed beneath a large evergreen, convinced he had lost the creature that had been shadowing him. Wiping sweat from his damp forehead, he stood up, only to hear a sharp, crackling sound from directly behind him. He froze, spinning around with his eyes darting in every direction. The forest was eerily still and silent, but an unsettling darkness was creeping in, even though it was still early afternoon. He took a deep breath, ready to resume his journey, when the unmistakable crack of another branch breaking sounded behind him. He spun around, eyes scanning the trees for the source of the noise. There, about 100 feet away, a large shadowy figure moved through the forest. Levi squinted, trying to make out what he was seeing. Suddenly, he heard a deafening crunch and watched in horror as two massive pine trees were forcefully pushed apart and toppled onto the forest floor. Though the creature was still too distant to identify, its immense size and rapid approach were unmistakable. Levi's heart accelerated wildly. The only thing he could think of was getting out of there, running as hard as he could, away from the terrifying creatures that were now surrounding him. He turned and raced through the trees, weaving his way through the countless obstacles that sought to snare his feet and grab at his clothing. He had run for several minutes when he crested a small rise, then staggered down a steep embankment, barely able to keep his feet under him before splashing through a shallow stream at the bottom. As he did, he felt the dark shadow of the creature fly over him. He glanced up and saw, for an instant, the outline of the enormous creature as it sailed over the treetops. For the first time, Levi noticed that the sky had also turned a strange blood red. The sounds of the forest to which he had grown so accustomed now seemed to shriek and scream their protests from every direction. He crossed the creek and quickly climbed up the bank on the other side, glancing anxiously over his shoulder as he did. Even in his panic, he knew that he could not afford to get himself lost. He needed to stick to his original plan of following the sun on its westward track. He paused behind an enormous boulder to catch his breath, attempting to calm his heartbeat and searching desperately among the treetops overhead for the elusive sun. Sagging down to one knee, Levi fought to regain his bearings while keeping an eye on the trail behind him, for he could hear the distinct sound of thundering footsteps drawing closer. Finally, he pushed himself back to his feet and ducked behind the trunk of a large oak tree only a few feet away. He stood there for a long moment, his back pressed against the tree, when he heard a terrifying roar directly behind him. He turned and looked back in the direction from which he had just travelled. There stood the most enormous giant he had ever seen, towering over him like a fully grown mammoth. The giant's long, fiery red hair flowed wildly down its back, and its eyes glowed with an intense, menacing light. Its body was massive and muscular, with an array of scars and a pair of huge, gnarled hands that hung at its side. Levi screamed in terror and began running for his life. He pushed himself away from the tree and tore off blindly in the opposite direction of the ferocious beast. It seemed he had gone no more than a few hundred feet when he suddenly burst into a large, open clearing. Directly in front of him was an old, derelict cabin, sitting stark and solitary in the middle of the field. Levi paused for only an instant before dashing across the field and racing up to the door of the cabin, his mind all but consumed with the sound of breaking trees behind him. He tore at the boards nailed over the entrance, quickly yanking them free and revealing a small opening in the doorway the size of a manhole cover. Without hesitation, he removed his backpack and tossed it inside, then dove headfirst through the entrance, landing awkwardly on the floor. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed his pack, and made his way over to the far corner of the dimly lit shack, a section of the cabin that appeared to be the most solid. He stood there in the darkness of the shelter, attempting to regain control of his breathing, so whatever was lurking outside might not know where he was hiding. To his dismay, he could still hear the sound of the great giant approaching. Levi was sure that the floor of the cabin trembled slightly with each thundering footstep. Scarcely daring to move, he searched the wall of the cabin for a crack through which he could get a glimpse of the terrifying creature. A small opening between two of the logs caught his eye, and he peered out into the clearing. There was nothing there, only the waving bushes and wildflowers through which he had just passed. Levi stepped back from the wall and dropped onto the cabin floor. He drew his backpack towards himself and pulled out his Bible, gripping it tightly with both hands. Suddenly the sound of a terrific explosion detonated directly behind him. Levi turned to see the front wall of the cabin completely disintegrate before his eyes, logs and debris flying in every direction. He scrambled back to his feet just as the huge arms of the monster whipped through the cabin once again, sending the remainder of the wall flying in the opposite direction and leaving him standing there, completely exposed. He quickly shoved the Bible back into his pack and dove into the far corner of the shack, the only section of the cabin that remained standing. In the dim recesses of what was left of his shelter, Levi could see one of the boarded-up windows just a few feet away. He scrambled over to it and quickly aimed a few savage kicks at the opening. As the boards tumbled outward, he became aware of a loud tearing noise coming from overhead. He glanced up just in time to see a large section of the roof rip open, revealing the great bird, its terrifying, fiery eyes boring right into him. Levi turned back to the window and, with all his strength, kicked the remaining boards free. He scooped up his backpack and leapt through the opening, landing directly on his face outside. Immediately, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted away from the dwindling remains of the cabin, yet even as he did, he could hear the thunderous pursuit of the giant closing in behind him. In the distance, he spotted a thin line of trees, but instinctively knew that he couldn't possibly reach them in time. As he ran, he could see the great shadow darkening the ground around him. He began to zigzag as he ran, attempting to lose his aggressors, not daring to look back, running as fast as he could, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Then, in one terrible instant, Levi felt a vice-like grip grasping him by the shoulders, the claws of the great creature digging painfully into his flesh. He was then yanked abruptly from the ground and lifted high into the air, his body dangling helplessly in the monster's clutches. He screamed loudly as he watched the tops of the trees sail by in his ascent, moving further away from the forest floor. Levi could feel the panic overwhelm him as he watched the landscape soaring by beneath him at a tremendous speed. What appeared to be a long, narrow lake had now emerged from the forest, stretching far off into the distance. Levi strained his eyes. Beyond the great body of water, he could see a tall plume of smoke moving steadily through the forest. He drew in a deep breath, willing calmness to his thoughts, when suddenly the claws of the great bird wrenched savagely into his shoulders, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked down and saw a small trail of blood running down both his arms. Frantically, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his knife. Snapping the blade open, he drove the knife deep into the leg of the terrible beast. With a loud shriek, it opened its claws, and Levi slipped from its grip, tumbling through the air and plummeting downward onto the forest floor below. Chapter 14. Levi awoke with a start. He quickly realized that he was lying on his back in a small clearing in the forest. The evening sky directly overhead was a bright orange, spreading outward toward the horizon. Suddenly, he remembered the horrifying creatures and scrambled to his feet. He stood for a moment, scanning the sky and surrounding forest, but all was quiet and peaceful. It was then that he felt his stomach give an abrupt lurch, and he dropped back down to his knees, promptly throwing up the meager contents of his stomach onto the ground. He knelt there for several minutes, feeling completely drained, sweat running down his face. He looked at the result of his illness and saw the vestiges of his last meal. The berries. They must have been poisonous. Levi crawled back to the base of a large stump and leaned against it, his stomach turning over and over. He ran his tongue over his parched lips while gently rubbing his temples, his head pounding mercilessly. I'm just glad I didn't eat any more of those things. He sat there for nearly an hour, his strength gradually returning and his stomach beginning to settle. As it did, his thoughts returned to the terrifying creatures that had haunted him the last few hours. Even though he knew that it was nothing more than a hallucination, it had all seemed so vividly real. When his stomach finally stopped turning, he struggled to his feet, dragged his backpack over to the stump, and began rooting through the remainder of his belongings. He groaned. His water filter was no longer in his pack, but he still had his canteen, a few pieces of clothing, his hatchet, a length of rope, a telescopic fishing rod and lure, and his Bible. Several of the items from his inventory must have fallen out during his delirious wanderings. Quickly he checked his pockets and pulled out the piece of paper on which he had made his drawings. It's still here. He sagged back down against the tree stump and closed his eyes. He realized then that his journey home would be even harder than he had thought, especially after he had wasted an entire day wandering aimlessly through the forest. He sat there for a few minutes, feeling the effects of his progressing dehydration. He knew that the loss of his water filter meant he would need to find a fresh source of water to replenish his canteen, and soon. I wonder how far I've wandered from my intended route during the past few hours. I don't even know where I am now. Levi looked up at the sun and studied its position in the sky, then drew the canteen up to his mouth, anxious to rid himself of the taste of vomit. Taking a few quick swallows, he shook the remaining contents of the canteen. Empty. He pushed the canteen back into his pack and climbed to his feet. As he did, he suddenly remembered the lake. Amidst his hallucinations, he recalled seeing a lake stretching off to the south through the wilderness. He stopped and shook his head. I can't even trust my own thoughts anymore. How can I possibly give any credence to some wild hallucination caused by eating a bunch of poisonous berries? Still, perhaps my subconscious is trying to tell me something. He tossed the pack onto his shoulders and let out a long sigh. It might be worth a shot. After all, what other options do I have? It's already getting dark, and if I don't find water in the next few hours, I won't stand a chance of making it out of here alive. Levi threw his pack over his shoulder and set off across the open forest, through a gap in the trees, in what he hoped was a southwesterly direction. For the longest time, it felt like he was walking in some kind of hazy trance, his mind distant and unresponsive. Yet he was grateful that his headache and queasy stomach had eased somewhat, and the crispness of the evening air began to revitalize him. I'm so thirsty. What Levi needed more than anything was a long, cool drink. He began checking his surroundings, looking for a small stream of water where he might replenish his canteen, something to help ease his suffering. As Levi was detouring around a tall, leafy tree that had suddenly blocked his path, he noticed several small, spiny objects hanging from some of the lower branches. He paused, pulled a few of them free, and examined them carefully. It seemed quite possible they might be edible, but their cases were rock-hard and prickly to boot. He grinned and tossed them aside. I don't think it's worth the effort. Besides, they might be poisonous. He was about to continue on his journey when a faint rustle from the bush to his left drew his immediate attention. He peered through the branches to see 2 deer standing stock-still in the distance, barely visible in the fading light. Levi couldn't help but smile at the sight of the majestic deer. Their presence gave him a glimmer of hope that he might find his way back to civilization. As the 2 deer cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, Levi felt an inexplicable urge to follow them. At first, he didn't understand why he was so drawn to track these elusive creatures, but then it occurred to him. They might lead him to food, or even better, a fresh source of water. A few minutes later, Levi climbed over a steep hill, continuing his pursuit of the deer. As he reached the crest, his eyes widened at the view before him. The vast countryside stretched out in the distance, but most strikingly, at the bottom of the hill, he saw the shoreline of a long, narrow lake. Its deep blue waters sparkled in the fading light of the evening sunset. I can't believe it, Levi said to himself. There really is a lake here. Filled with relief and excitement, he raced down the steep slope to the shoreline, swinging his backpack out before him as he ran and digging around inside to find his canteen. Upon reaching the shore, he dropped to his knees and eagerly began lapping up the cool water, grimacing at its strange metallic taste, but unable to stop due to his intense thirst. Once he had quenched his thirst, he removed a clean piece of clothing from his pack and placed it over the mouth of his canteen, using it as a makeshift filter to carefully refill the small container. Finally, getting back to his feet, he looked out over the lake, which wasn't very wide, but stretched for miles in both directions. Levi turned back from the shoreline, replacing the canteen in his pack as he walked. The first thing he had to do was get a fire going, for he could already feel the coolness of the evening setting in. He dropped his backpack on the edge of the forest and began scouring the brush for dry grass and dead twigs. Before long, he had collected a fairly large pile of materials for his fire. Now that he no longer had a lighter, getting a fire started proved to be quite a challenge. He pulled the hatchet from his pack and set off slowly down the shore, his eyes searching the ground for a likely-looking stone. Several times he picked up a rock and tested it with the back of his hatchet, watching to see if it would give off a spark. Finally, he settled on what appeared to be a flat piece of slate. Taking it back to his fire pit, he carefully arranged the grass and twigs and began sparking the stone with his hatchet. For nearly 20 minutes, Levi worked in vain at creating enough heat to generate a fire. He worked until his arms ached and could feel his headache returning. When he stopped for a breather, he was relieved to feel a warm gust of wind blowing in from across the lake. He continued to work at his fire, all the while feeling the frustration growing within him. A few minutes later, he threw his tools down on the ground and climbed to his feet. "This isn't working," he said grimly. "If I can't get a fire going, I'll have to find another way to keep myself warm." He dug around in his rapidly depleting pack and took out an extra shirt, pants, and his last pair of dry socks. He pulled them tight over his clothes and sagged back down onto the ground, leaning against an old stump and hugging his legs for warmth. Levi sat there, watching the gentle waves of the lake lap against the shoreline as dusk slowly crept in around him. He thought once more of the lake he had seen during his delirious wanders, long and narrow, flowing off into the distance. Then he remembered the pillar of smoke rising from the forest, one that appeared to be travelling along the opposite side of the lake. So, what's the plan for tomorrow? If those hallucinations led me to this place, then maybe my best option would be to head towards that strange black pillar of smoke. He leaned over and pulled the soft-covered Bible from his pack. Let's see what the good book has to say. Levi flipped to the concordance in the back of his Bible. I wonder if there's any mention of a pillar of smoke in here. After finding a verse, he flipped to the appropriate page. Who is this that cometh out of the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all powders of the merchant? Levi laughed as he closed the Bible. I don't know if I'll be coming out of the wilderness smelling like frankincense and myrrh, but the rest of the verse sure seems fitting. For the next hour or so, Levi sat quietly by the water reading from his Bible until it was too dark to continue. He leaned his back against a large piece of driftwood and sat there as the night closed in around him, the warm south wind playing gently on his face. Leaning against an old piece of driftwood meant a restless sleep. He would doze off for only a few minutes, then be awakened by a strange noise or a stomach cramp. Several more hours passed when Levi suddenly awoke with a start to a loud splashing sound coming from somewhere out on the lake. He sat upright, his heart racing. The reflection of the moonlight gleamed eerily off the surface of the water, and he was suddenly aware of how cool the night had become. Levi picked up his hatchet and kept it poised in front of him as he climbed cautiously to his feet. With his heart still in his throat, he took a few steps toward the water. As he reached the edge of the lake, He paused, straining his eyes to see what had made the noise. A moose or beaver, perhaps. Some industrious animal that makes its living by night. In the silence of the pale moonlight, he stood there listening intently to the sounds of the forest, but the only noise he could hear was the gentle lapping of the water on the shore and his almost indiscernible breathing. Levi was amazed at the beauty of the wilderness in the moonlight. As his eyes grew more accustomed to the darkness, he began to appreciate anew the variety of shades and textures gently illuminated by the pale moonlight. It's a shame more artists don't use nighttime landscapes for their subjects. Levi continued to scan the expansive water before him, straining to identify the source of the strange noise. Just as he was about to give up, a distinct yet faint splashing sound jolted him back into alertness. His eyes locked onto an object moving swiftly through the water about 20 feet from the shore. Levi froze, his heart pounding. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen before. A bulbous head loomed ominously above the water, featuring a distinctive jawline and a long neck that vanished beneath the surface before reappearing a few feet behind it. Levi stood in stunned silence, acutely aware of his pounding heart and rapid breathing. Terrified of being detected by the creature, he stepped back into the shadows. As he did, he noticed the Bible still clutched in his hand, a token of comfort from when he had fallen asleep with it on his chest and had unwittingly carried it with him. Gazing at the extraordinary sight before him, Levi realized he was witnessing something truly unique. He also understood that if he ever made it back to civilization, no one would likely believe this strange encounter. As he watched, the creature slowly moved through the cool, still waters of the lake, only a stone's throw from where he stood. Levi flipped open his Bible and pulled the pen from his shirt pocket. In the faint light of the moon, he meticulously began sketching the strange scene on one of the blank pages at the back. By the time he finished, the creature had slipped back into the shadows and disappeared from sight. Chapter 15. Levi's makeshift bed was hard and uncomfortable, and the unexpected appearance of the creature on the lake left his mind in constant turmoil. As the first light of dawn crept over the hills to the east, he realized that sleep was no longer an option. Propping himself up against a large tree by the shore, he began to reflect on the events of the previous night. Initially, he had dismissed the strange animal he saw as a result of the berries he had eaten. But then he remembered the sketch he had made. He quickly retrieved the Bible from his pack and flipped to the back page where he had drawn the creature. The sight of the sketch sent shivers down his spine. What on earth was a creature like this doing all the way out here? He had always been taught in school that such beings were myths, part of ancient legends and not real. He had learned about unusual rock paintings depicting giants and dinosaurs, but this was different. The thought of now being one of those people who claimed to see creatures like the Loch Ness Monster made him feel deeply unsettled. Levi recalled the countless lectures he had attended and the polished documentaries he had watched on television. The well-rehearsed narratives of dinosaurs roaming the earth millions of years ago and humans evolving from primates had always struck him as far-fetched. He began to question if there might be a more plausible explanation. The notion that a world brimming with such beauty and complexity could simply arise from random chance seemed increasingly improbable to him. Levi stirred as the sun slipped into view on the horizon. Even in the chill of early morning, it was impossible not to enjoy the picturesque view of an isolated lake at dawn. Far out on the smooth surface, two loons glided majestically across the waters, occasionally sounding their plaintive call, and for a moment the sight made him feel less alone. The lake's far bank wasn't all that distant, perhaps 100 meters. But when he thought of the animal he had seen the previous night making its home somewhere below the surface of the lake, He wondered how he would manage to swim even a short distance. For a brief moment his mind was filled with terrifying images of being attacked in the water and devoured before he even made it halfway across. Levi finally got to his feet and stretched out the remaining kinks in his legs and back. He then removed his shoes, shirt and pants and tossed them, along with his few belongings, straight into his pack. He briefly considered removing his underwear as well, but felt uneasy at the thought of swimming naked across the lake, even if there was no one around to see him. He took a deep breath and stepped gingerly into the shallow waters of the shoreline. The lake was freezing. He stopped momentarily to acclimatize to the temperature, then continued wading out into the water past his knees, feeling the icy cold seep into his bones. Levi glanced down at the pack in his hands. He would have to keep it raised above his head to keep his belongings dry. Turning to the opposite shore, he pushed himself out into the lake, drifting placidly on his back. Levi had gone no more than 50 feet when he discovered that the water no longer felt as frigid as it once did. He also noticed a slight current gently pushing him, which made his heart race. He hadn't counted on any opposition to his crossing and began kicking harder, almost willing himself to the opposite shoreline. When his arms started to tire from holding his pack up out of the water, he realized he was already past the halfway point. He knew that if he stopped to rest even for a moment, the weight of his pack would cause him to sink. Steeling his mind to the task at hand, Levi continued kicking his feet as hard as he could, willing his weakening arms to keep their burden high above his head. For a brief moment, he felt something brushing against his legs. It was only a faint sensation, but his thoughts immediately turned to the creature he had seen swimming in that very spot, and his entire body recoiled with fright. Almost instantly, Levi began to kick with all his might, holding the pack even higher out of the water, his mind consumed with one thought, getting to the other side as quickly as possible. The more he thought of the creature, the harder he kicked. As his head bobbed in and out of the water, he soon found himself gasping for breath, his panic heightened by the water splashing into his eyes. His legs were just beginning to burn when one of his feet brushed against the bottom of the lake. Levi scrambled to his feet, turned, and raced the remaining distance through the water and up onto the shore. There, he leapt onto the sandy beach and dropped to his knees. Levi knelt there for several minutes as his breathing returned to normal. He knew it was probably just a piece of lake grass that had brushed against his leg, but the experience served as a reminder of how dangerous it was to be out in the wilderness alone, where one small mistake or error in judgment could mean certain death. Even a serious injury could quickly turn fatal without a first aid kit or someone around to help. He pulled his backpack closer and rummaged inside. Everything seemed to have survived the swim. Even his Bible was dry. Levi breathed a sigh of relief as he pulled the book close to his chest and held it there for a long moment. It was hard to believe that at the beginning of his journey he didn't even want to bring the book along, and now he couldn't bear the thought of losing it. The only thing that now gave him hope and comfort was his newfound faith that God would lead him back to civilization. As Levi was pulling his clothes back on, he heard his stomach growl. He knew that if he went any further he would need something to eat, something to give him strength for the next leg of his journey. He peered inside his backpack at the few remaining items and pulled out his telescopic fishing rod. I might as well try my luck. Levi climbed to his feet and walked the remaining distance up the rocky incline into the dense brush, his eyes fixed on the ground beneath him. After turning over several large rocks and rotten pieces of wood, he found a few earthworms. "Hello there," Levi said, picking one up. He returned to the edge of the water and sat down, carefully baiting his lure. For the next couple of hours, Levi sat absently casting his line and slowly reeling it back in. Fishing in such a peaceful setting was a welcome break from the drama he had endured over the last week. Slowly, his thoughts turned to the strange hieroglyphs he had seen a few days earlier and the wild hallucinations he had experienced the day before. It was amazing to think of the possibility that such terrifying creatures could have once coexisted with man. Perhaps there was some truth to all those old dragon legends after all. As a student of archaeology, he wondered where such possibilities might lead him in his future career. He knew that unconventional theories like these were not part of most modern archaeologists' belief systems. He also wondered why he had never been exposed to alternative perspectives like this in his archaeology courses, despite the abundance of sightings reported worldwide. He vaguely remembered seeing pictures of similar rock paintings in various science textbooks and wondered why they didn't get more airtime in classrooms across the country. As he cast his line out once more, his mind raced with an endless number of questions and exciting possibilities. Suddenly, Levi felt a sharp tug on his line. With his heart racing, he climbed eagerly to his feet and began reeling in his catch. The fish on the other end was a common rock bass, not much larger than his hand. Still, the thought of having something warm to eat gave him an unexpected thrill. He glanced up at the sky and grinned. "Looks like I'm having dinner tonight," he said with a sense of excitement. "But first, I need to get serious about starting a fire." Levi placed the fishing pole against his backpack and began scouring the woods along the shoreline for fire-making materials. Within a few minutes, he had gathered several pieces of wood, some tinder, and dry grass, and brought them back to the water's edge. He then searched for a few promising rocks that might generate enough sparks to start a fire. After a bit of searching, he found several stones that seemed suitable. Returning to his campsite, he began scraping his hatchet across the rough surfaces of the stones, hoping to spark a flame. An hour later, Levi still hadn't managed to start a fire, but his efforts were beginning to show promise. Several times he had seen curls of smoke rising from the dried grass, and once he even added small twigs and more tinder, only to be disappointed when the smoke failed to catch. Exhausted, with his wrists nearly giving out, he suddenly spotted a thin orange flame flickering up from the grass. Quickly, he bent over the small flame, blowing gently and carefully, adding pieces of grass and dry twigs. After a few tense moments, a larger flame erupted from the pile of tinder. Levi's eyes widened with relief and excitement as he added a few more twigs and sprang to his feet. "I can't believe it worked," he shouted, doing a clumsy soft shoe shuffle around his handiwork. "I actually did it." He spent the next few minutes gently nurturing the fire to a healthy size, then set about cleaning the fish as neatly as he could with his hatchet. Finding a long, round stick near the shoreline, he fashioned it into an ideal spit on which to cook his meal. When his fish was finally cooked to his satisfaction, he removed it from the spit and leaned against his backpack, picking away at the tender slivers of meat. Although he did his best to draw out the experience, it was only a few minutes before he had completely devoured his first warm meal in days. With a contented smile, he tossed the remnants of the fish into the fire, leaned back, and relished the moment, enjoying the satisfaction of having his stomach partially filled. After a few minutes, he turned to his pack and pulled out his Bible. Levi had grown accustomed to reading small portions of Scripture each day during his journey. Despite finding some of the stories difficult to grasp, they provided him with a profound sense of comfort in this challenging time. To his surprise, he realized he had finished reading the Gospel of John before the night was over. Chapter 16. When Levi awoke the next morning, he felt surprisingly refreshed. For the first time since the beginning of his trip, he had slept soundly and was greatly relieved to find his mind clear and his thoughts upbeat. He climbed to his feet, stretched as far as he could, and inhaled a deep lungful of the cool morning air. He looked down at the inviting, still surface of the lake, considering how good it would feel to jump in head first. Then, with a deep sigh, He sagged back down onto the soft earth and pulled the Bible from his backpack. This morning, he wanted to read something different. He decided to start at the beginning. He flipped to the first chapter of Genesis, vaguely aware of the warm morning sun beaming down upon him. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed, and he had read through more than half of the book. He placed the Bible back in his pack and lay down on the soft blanket of pine needles, lacing his fingers behind his head for a pillow. His mind turned to the material he had just read. Never had he realized that so many fascinating topics were covered in the book of Genesis: the creation of the world, the fall of mankind, the first account of death, and even a worldwide flood. The old familiar stories from Sunday school had suddenly taken on a new, more vibrant life of their own. Not only was it a great comfort to read these stories again, but for a few fleeting moments it helped him think of something other than the possibility that he might not get out of the wilderness alive, and even if he did, he would have to face Nate's parents with some of the worst news imaginable. Ever since losing his father a number of years ago, he had come to understand the profound pain that others feel when losing a loved one. Levi couldn't escape the weight of his pain, especially after losing Nate, and the thought of breaking the news to his parents filled him with dread. To distract himself, Levi forced his thoughts to more pleasant things that awaited his return to civilization, such as enjoying his mother's home-cooked meals and sleeping in his soft bed. For several minutes, he mentally explored a variety of dinner menus before shifting his thoughts to his classmates' reactions. He wondered how they would respond to the strange things he had witnessed on this excursion, and couldn't help thinking they would probably consider him crazy. Levi spent the next hour readying himself for the day's journey. After breaking camp, he packed all his items back into his bag and, with a strange sense of foreboding, turned and looked out one last time at the lake. Why am I so reluctant to leave this place? I imagine what I witnessed the other night was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, something one only reads about in the tabloids. I'm not exactly sure what that thing was, but that creature will no doubt star in my nightmares for many years to come. Finally, Levi turned and headed back into the bush, grateful that the undergrowth was sparse and the ground solid. The area he now traversed had an almost tropical feel to it. The trees were mainly ancient redwood and pine, and the ground was carpeted with lush vegetation, countless ferns, and scattered bushes. Around him, Levi could hear the chatter of numerous birds flitting in and out of the branches overhead. After walking for only a few kilometers, Levi noticed that the terrain had become progressively more rocky. Several large granite boulders lay strewn about the forest, and every so often he encountered massive flat shelves of rock, roughly the length of a basketball court. It wasn't long before he found himself on the edge of an enormous sheet of rock, stretching ahead of him as far as the eye could see. There's something strange about this place. Levi was now forced to pick his way much more carefully along the rugged surface. He noted a number of large openings and crevices running along the ground, and what appeared to be massive sinkholes scattered throughout the area, strange holes that disappeared into shallow caverns beneath his feet. How could such an unusual setting like this come into being? It almost looks as though the elements of nature have ground the surface of the rock to a smooth, almost glossy finish. Walking deeper into the rocky terrain, Levi managed to skirt the worst of the ragged outcroppings and perilous chasms, most of which seemed to come out of nowhere. After a few hours he stopped and sat down on the ground to catch his breath. There was something about his surroundings that Levi found fascinating. The environment was unlike anything he had ever seen, and his instincts urged him to spend more time there to take a closer look. He got to his feet and began following a shallow ravine that wound its way like a snake across the moon-like surface. Again he noted the sinkholes scattered about the area. Most of the entrances were no larger than a storm drain, and he could see that they extended only a few feet beneath the surface of the rock. Some, however, appeared to run further into the earth and had openings that were large enough for him to enter. Levi continued to follow the winding ravine in a westerly direction, appraising each of the sinkholes he encountered and looking for one that would allow him to do a little spelunking, to determine at least how far down into the earth these caves might extend. Several times his subconscious reminded him that his curiosity was starting to get him off track, but his fascination with these peculiar formations kept his mind fixated on what potential treasures might lie around the next corner. Levi was about to give up on his seemingly pointless wanderings when he noticed what appeared to be a large rocky dome suddenly appear in front of him. As he made his approach, he could clearly see a long crack running down the face of the rock, gradually widening towards the bottom. Leaving the base of the ravine, Levi climbed up the strange mound, his curiosity getting the better of him. There was something about this formation that demanded his attention. The thought of exploring such an unusual landmark was irresistible. The crack before him was wide enough to span with both arms and nearly as tall as he was. He was relieved to see that the interior was relatively well lit and seemed to stretch upward into the darkness. As he examined the cave's unusual structure, Levi marveled at the peculiar shape of the rock. What could have caused such a formation? The absence of water suggested that whatever had occurred here must have happened a long time ago. Cautiously, Levi stepped into the narrow tunnel, wishing he hadn't lost his lamp during his berry-induced hallucinations. The entranceway allowed him barely enough room to stand, and he could see that the tunnel wound its way upward, growing narrower with each step. Using the light from the entranceway, he slowly began making his way into the cave. As he crept up the slippery incline, Levi was reminded of the rock paintings he had seen in the last cave and kept a watchful eye out for anything that might indicate that people had once lived here. As he climbed higher and deeper into the cave, he found that the already scarce light grew even dimmer, and the only signs of life were the occasional bat flying past him as it fled its lonely sanctuary. Levi managed to climb another 10 feet or so before his surroundings grew almost completely black, so dark that he wasn't even able to see his hand waving in front of his face. He was eager to continue exploring, but also realized the danger of going any farther without a good source of light. Reversing within the narrow confines of the cave proved much more difficult than he had anticipated, and to make matters worse, the floor's smooth and slippery incline made every move treacherous. As Levi carefully crawled his way back down the tunnel, a sudden wave of claustrophobia gripped him. Moving backward through the narrow space, he couldn't see where he was going or where his next foothold might be. The close, suffocating rock walls pressed in on him, heightening the feeling of being smothered. "I should have known better than to get sidetracked like this," he muttered abruptly, his breath growing shallow as his worst fears about his situation played out in his mind. When the passageway widened sufficiently, he managed to turn his body around so that he was now facing back down towards the entrance. As the dim light shining in through the mouth of the cave lit up the area in front of him, he was quickly filled with a sense of relief. Carefully, he moved down the sloping cave floor, anxious to breathe the fresh air of the outside world. He was only about 10 feet from the cave entrance when his left foot slipped unexpectedly on the rock's smooth surface. Frantically, Levi reached out in the darkness, searching for something to grab onto to break his fall. Even as he fell, he managed to tuck his head forward and thrust his arms out for protection. When his right arm struck the unforgiving surface, he heard a distinct cracking sound, and a sharp, fiery pain shot up the length of his arm. The pain was so severe that Levi wanted nothing more than to scream at the top of his lungs. But the only sound he could emit through his clenched teeth was a muffled cry. Levi lay on the floor, grateful at least for the dim beam of light cascading into the area where he had fallen. The intense pain in his arm immediately caused his stomach to lurch and cold beads of sweat to break out on his forehead. There was nothing he could do but lie there on the cold, hard floor for several minutes, fighting to come to grips with what had just happened. But it seemed as though his mind had suddenly stopped working. Only when his thoughts gradually began to clear was he able to roll himself into a sitting position and hold his arm up in front of his face to get a better look. The intense pain made him believe there must be a piece of bone sticking out from his damaged limb, but was surprised to learn that only a large red welt and the beginning of a massive bruise had appeared just below his elbow. Levi sat on the ground for several minutes, trying to come to grips with the situation. He then tucked the fingers of his injured arm into the front of his shirt, which served to immobilize his damaged limb. He climbed to his knees and carefully made his way down the remainder of the slope to the entrance, where he crawled out into the cool afternoon air. Almost immediately he felt every ounce of strength drain from his body as another surge of pain coursed through his arm. He scooped up his backpack with his good arm and made his way over to a large rock where he sat down to assess his injury. Carefully he pulled the backpack onto his lap, knowing with certainty that his arm was badly broken. His mind reached back to the little he knew about first aid and remembered that broken arms should be immobilized as quickly as possible in order to prevent any important arteries from being severed. He also knew that the best way to accomplish this was to wrap his arm into a sling. Levi rummaged through his pack and removed several items before coming across his Bible. He paused as he placed it with his other belongings. "I guess I had this one coming." Despite himself, a small grin crossed his face. Levi placed a few more items from his pack on the ground next to him, then pulled one of his shirts out from his bag. This should do the trick. Fashioning a sling with only one arm proved a difficult task. Levi sat there working on the device for what seemed like an eternity, his frustrations growing by the minute as the shock began to wear off and the pain in his arm intensified. To make matters worse, just when he finally put the finishing touches on his sling, he felt the first few drops of rain splash against his face. Chapter 17. Levi pulled the collar of his shirt up around his neck, ducked his head into the light drizzle, and set out across the rugged terrain toward the line of trees about 100 feet away. He was especially careful to watch where he placed each foot, for the rainfall had made the smooth surface of the rock even more treacherous. With each step, he could feel the pain in his arm piercing through him like 1,000 sharp needles. What he wouldn't give for even the mildest painkiller from his medicine cabinet back home, something to dull the agony now shooting up into his brain. Levi wondered briefly what damage was being caused by not having the bone properly set and by putting himself through such a jarring trek through the wilderness, his condition compounded by the fact that he hadn't had a solid meal in days. He knew there was a real possibility that if he didn't make it out of here soon, the damage could be permanent. Levi had almost reached the fringe of trees bordering the rocky plateau when he noticed a large, clear pool of water flowing directly across his path. Quickly, he dropped to his knees and bent over the pool, lapping up the water as quickly as he could with his good hand. When he was finally satisfied, he drew the canteen from his pack and filled it to the brim. He then reluctantly climbed back to his feet, skirted the pool of water, and headed into the forest through a small gap in the trees. Levi was grateful to be at least partially sheltered from the rain, but found it increasingly difficult to avoid contact with the many water-soaked branches brushing up against him. He was now very conscious of the dangers his wet clothing posed, and constantly found himself peering upward through the branches, looking for any possible sign that the rain was letting up. He was making his way down a fairly steep hill when he became aware of a faint buzzing noise. At first, he thought it might be a plane or helicopter, and sought frantically for an opening in the trees where he might get a clear view of the sky. But even as he did, Levi soon realized that the sound was unlike that of an aircraft. Could it be a swarm of insects? He had encountered one such swarm a few years back when he visited his grandparents' farm. Again he discounted this possibility as the buzzing grew louder and took on a distinct metallic sound. He then noticed that shining through the trees straight ahead of him was a bright silver-colored object. Levi felt a surge of excitement rush through him as he hurried through the trees in the direction of the mysterious sound. When he finally burst into the clearing, what he saw caught him completely off guard. Rising up from the ground in front of him was a massive hydro tower, and beyond it in the distance were several more, all connected by shining steel wires strung high over his head. Despite the fact that it was strangely exhilarating to stumble across such a large man-made object in the middle of the wilderness, his heart sank as he gazed down the row of towers. Levi knew he could follow hydro lines like these for many days without reaching civilization. Besides, they were heading north-south rather than in the westerly direction that he was heading. Levi stood there for several long minutes, staring upward into the light rain, at the tantalizing objects glistening dully in the afternoon drizzle. Maybe I should still follow them. Who knows? There could be a small town just over the next hill. Finally, Levi was snapped from his daydream by the realization that he was now standing in something decidedly wet. He glanced down at his feet. The ground beneath him was mossy and saturated, giving him the faint sensation of walking on a large kitchen sponge. Quickly, he moved up onto a pile of rocks partially sheltered by a lone, scraggly pine. He bent under one of the thick, overhanging branches, grateful for the respite from the rain, but also grimly aware of how weak his legs had become. He moved out from under the pine tree and slowly made his way across the clearing to the woods on the other side, his eyes sweeping the bush for any signs of life. He realized that he was no longer thinking straight. Too many days without food and water, and too many traumas had begun to take their toll on his health. Now he knew that he was in for the fight of his life. Levi found what appeared to be a narrow pathway through the bush and followed it, ignoring the pain that shot up his arm. Onward through the forest he trotted, now holding his broken arm tightly against his body as he continued to search the trees nearby, looking for anything he might catch and cook and eat. Suddenly, his eye caught a flicker of movement in a thick shrub not far off from the trail ahead of him. Levi slowed to a stop, his eyes never leaving the objects in the bush. Quietly, he crept down the path until he was only a few feet away from his target. He then glanced at the ground around him, looking for something that he could use as a weapon. A stick, roughly the length of a baseball bat but much thinner, caught his attention. Levi moved a few steps forward, getting a firm grip on the stick with his left hand. He was just skirting a large bush to get a better view when a sudden burst of noise beside him almost scared him half to death. As he leapt backward in surprise, a brown-winged flurry burst out suddenly from the brush. Quail! Without hesitation, Levi hurled his weapon at the fleeing bird, the stick flying wildly off its mark and among the trees to his right, missing the creature by several feet. Levi sagged down onto the wet ground in despair. That was pathetic. He knelt there on the wet ground, gazing up at the trees where the quail had disappeared. Levi couldn't remember feeling so desperate in his entire life. Absolutely nothing had gone right since he and Nate had started out on their fateful trip. And now he had no idea where he was or in which direction civilization lay. For all he knew, he could have been walking in circles for the last several days, and the very thought that he might be getting himself even further off track played havoc with his mind. He brushed back a few wet strands of hair that were plastered across his forehead. At least I'll make a great-looking corpse." He leaned back against a fallen tree, oblivious now to the rain that was falling softly on his upturned face. It was hard for him to imagine his life ending in such a careless manner. He had always thought that he would eventually meet the right girl, get married, have children, and enjoy a challenging yet rewarding career for the next 40 years or so. Beyond that, well, he had never really given it much thought. Levi was grateful, at least, that this little, ill-fated excursion had opened his eyes to some of the realities of eternity, the hope that his life would indeed go beyond the next 40 years, whether he lived or died. Levi tilted his head back and looked up into the light drizzle, gazing beyond the treetops high overhead. Despite the trauma of Nate's death, there had been a number of experiences he had been through that he was anxious to share with his friends back home. One of the most surprising things he had encountered was the comfort that his Bible had given him during his ordeal, perhaps even guiding him in some way and opening his eyes to some remarkable things that under normal circumstances he might never have considered with an open mind. Levi knew that the things he had witnessed on his expedition, the strange cave paintings and the lake creature, would undoubtedly put him on the fringes of the archaeological world. He ran a hand through his tangled hair, ignoring the rain as it gathered on his face and seeped down into his clothing. "Please, God, help me find my way out of here," Levi said, his voice barely audible. "I can't do this on my own." He reached into his pack and pulled out his Bible, shielding it from the rain with his body. Then, with his head bowed and the Bible firmly in hand, he said a short prayer. Levi opened his eyes and wiped the gathering rain from his hair and face, then placed the Bible back into his bag. Scooping up the backpack, he climbed abruptly to his feet, took a deep breath, and struck off into the trees. Almost immediately, he felt a strange sense of relief. It reminded him of the bedtime prayers he said when he was a little boy, and how they always seemed to bring him comfort. Although this time it was different. He realized for the first time how much he really needed God's help. When he was younger, he had always felt invincible, but the last few days made him realize how fragile life really was. After several hours had passed, Levi was relieved to find that the terrain was much less rugged and easier to navigate, especially with one of his arms immobilized. He found, though, that the pain radiating from his broken arm had intensified to the point where he was beginning to feel sick to his stomach. It was about then that Levi realized the rain had completely stopped, leaving only the wet branches of the trees as a nuisance. He also noticed that the surrounding woods had darkened considerably, and the air had begun cooling rapidly as dusk settled in. Levi was soaked to the skin, half-starved, and exhausted from his long journey. Several times over the past few hours he had felt on the verge of passing out, but he had managed to push himself, knowing that surrender would mean certain defeat and possibly death. He recalled the times when he and Nate used to race kayaks as freshmen. Many of the races were several miles long, often over very challenging waterways, and he had learned that as the end of the race neared and most participants hit the wall, he had to block out all pain and exhaustion from his mind and push himself to the end. It seemed he and Nate had always been neck and neck at the finish, and more often than not, it was Nate who managed to muster one final burst of strength to win. It was ironic that he, and not Nate, had made it this far. Levi knew what he had to do now. There would be no more time for setting up camp or for hunting and fishing, just relentlessly pushing to the end. Levi walked on as the brush continued to thin and the evening grew darker. Eventually, a great yellow moon rose above the horizon to his right and settled over the trees. It was then that he approached a steep hillside just a few feet higher than his head and running straight through the middle of a narrow clearing. The hill had a distinctly man-made feel, reminiscent of an old logging road. Levi struggled up the steep hillside, using his hands and feet to grip the slippery surface as he made his way to the top. Each step was a battle against the incline and his own fatigue, but he pressed on with relentless determination. When he finally reached the summit, he paused briefly to catch his breath, his body trembling from the exertion. Stretching far into the distance below him was a set of railway tracks. Levi stared at the unusual sight in disbelief. The tracks looked tired and worn. The steel was brown and rusted, and grass grew carelessly among the wooden ties. His mind immediately went back to his recent hallucination, when the creature had lifted him into the air and he had seen a plume of smoke rising in the distance. Is this what I saw in my hallucination? Even though the tracks hadn't been used for years, they gave Levi his first real sense of hope since leaving the river. He knew the tracks would provide him with a solid, dry roadbed to walk on, and although their eventual destination offered no more promise than the hydro lines he had crossed earlier, it would still be preferable to slogging through the wet bush. With renewed purpose, Levi set off down the tracks in a roughly northern direction. You never know, he thought. A railway siding or a small town might lie around the next bend. But the next bend came and went, as did the next and the next. The night grew darker and darker until his body became increasingly weary and fatigued. It wasn't long before he was fighting to keep his eyes open and his legs moving as he trudged endlessly down the middle of the tracks, pressing on deeper into the night. Levi enjoyed the straight stretches the most. Lit by the full moon, the tracks looked like a comforting path through the forest, making the darkness seem less foreboding and the sounds less frightening. On one of these stretches, Levi saw something glistening off to the side of the track. As he approached the unusual object, he stopped to take a closer look. Set back only a few feet from the tracks was a large flat rail cart with a pile of long steel spikes strewn across its top. Beneath the small flatbed was a chassis with 4 small train wheels. "I can't believe it," he said with a wide grin. "It looks just like the ones I used to see in cartoons when I was a kid." He studied the strange contraption for a moment before approaching the cart and sweeping the spikes off the top. The ones he had seen on television had hand pumps, but this one didn't. "I hope this thing still works," he muttered to himself. Moving the cart closer to the old set of tracks took every ounce of strength Levi had, despite the cart weighing only a few £100. With only one good arm, he was somehow able to inch the heavy cart onto the rails. As he shifted the last set of wheels into place, he felt his arm on the verge of giving out. He lay there on top of the platform for several minutes while some of his strength slowly returned. Finally, he got to his feet and examined the contraption once again. "I think my best option would be getting next to this thing and giving it a good push," he said to himself. Positioning himself at the front left corner of the cart, Levi leaned against the steel frame and gave it a firm push, easing it down the tracks by several feet. He was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly it glided along the rails. As he adjusted his footing and matched the cart's rhythm, his confidence grew with the increasing speed. Once the cart was rolling, it required minimal effort to keep moving. With one final push, he hopped aboard. The cart sailed swiftly down the tracks for probably 30 seconds or more before gradually slowing down. At that point, Levi leapt off and repeated the same process, pushing it for several more seconds, then quickly jumping aboard. About half an hour later, Levi noticed that the tracks began a distinct downward descent. He brought the cart to a cautious stop at the top of the slope and searched the dimly lit track ahead of him. He knew the cart would probably reach a fairly good speed as it descended, but if there was anything wrong with the tracks, he would be in serious trouble. "I guess I could walk the rest of the way," Levi muttered to himself, But it sure would be a lot easier to ride this thing to the bottom of the hill, not to mention a lot more fun. Taking a deep breath, he gave the rail cart one final push and climbed aboard. The cart gradually rolled down the hill, gaining speed with every rotation of the wheels. Despite his exhaustion, Levi felt a surge of excitement as he glided effortlessly down the tracks. The wind whipped through his hair, and even in the darkness he marveled at the beauty of the silhouetted trees against the moonlit sky. After traveling for a minute or two, he was surprised at how far he had gone without needing to push the rail cart. He began to worry about the condition of the tracks. From his initial glance earlier, it seemed they hadn't been used in a long time, and he knew that hitting a broken rail at this speed could be disastrous. Levi exhaled a long, ragged breath into the cool night air as he rounded a particularly long bend, acutely aware of the cold wind and the dampness of his clothes from the rain. The moon now hung directly above the rails, casting light across the long, narrow clearing ahead. Straining his eyes in the darkness, Levi suddenly spotted something unusual. A siding branched off the main track just a few hundred feet ahead, but what caught his attention more was the large pile of railway ties stacked across the entrance. Levi's gaze snapped to the switching device next to the tracks. Unable to gauge its position and realizing he was moving far too quickly to react, he held his breath and gripped the edge of the cart with his good hand. Suddenly, the cart lurched violently, veering off the main track and onto the siding. The sharp turn threw Levi from the cart, sending him tumbling into the ravine below. For several agonizing seconds, everything was a bone-jarring blur as he rolled down the steep embankment, his arm thrashing painfully against the forest floor. At the same moment, a deafening crash echoed through the air as the cart slammed into the pile of railway ties. Chapter 18. For several long moments, Levi lay in the darkness, staring up at the star-filled sky. He had rolled down the hillside for what felt like an eternity, and now found himself lying flat on his back in a marshy ditch, surrounded by cattails. Surprisingly, his pack was still strapped securely to his back. Levi attempted to push himself to his feet, but a sharp, searing pain shot up from his fractured forearm, causing him to gasp in shock. He struggled to stand, clutching his arm against his chest in an attempt to ease the horrific pain. With great effort, he managed to lift his broken arm, holding it up to the dim moonlight for a closer look. He groaned. In the faint light, he could just make out a jagged piece of bone protruding from his skin, halfway between his wrist and elbow. Despite the gruesome injury, there was only a small trickle of blood oozing from the wound. He knew, however, that he needed to wrap it quickly and stop the bleeding. Using his one good arm, Levi eased his bag onto the ground and searched through the few remaining items inside. There was nothing in his pack that would serve as an appropriate bandage for his wound. He could probably fashion the makeshift sling into a bandage, but he feared that without something to immobilize his injured arm, he could face an even greater problem as he continued on his journey back to civilization. Levi forced the panic from his thoughts as the grim reality of his situation quickly set in. What about using an article of clothing as a bandage? Perhaps my socks? Not the most sanitary option, but it might make for a good temporary solution. Easing himself back down onto the ground, he removed both of his shoes and socks. Very carefully, he wrapped one of the socks around his broken arm as tightly as he could endure. He then drew the other sock up over the hand of his injured arm and down his wrist, securing the first sock in place. Levi bit his lower lip as the searing surge of pain shot up his arm. He desperately prayed that the pain would begin to recede, but instead it almost seemed to intensify. He took a deep breath and screamed loudly into the night air, a long, ragged scream that echoed among the treetops high overhead and rang hauntingly through the surrounding forest. "Why?" he shouted, his voice raw with frustration. "Why does this keep happening to me?" He sank back onto the damp ground, closing his eyes in despair. Levi sat there for several long seconds before gradually becoming aware of the wet ground beneath him. Carefully, he climbed back to his feet, still moaning loudly from the pain, and began the long ascent back up the hill toward the railbed. When Levi finally reached the top of the incline, he made his way over to the damaged rail car. It was now flipped onto its side next to the tracks, and it appeared as though the primary axle had been jarred loose as a result of the crash. He was almost relieved to see the extensive damage done to the rail car, for he shuddered at the idea of actually getting back on that thing and continuing on his journey in that fashion. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pain, Levi skirted the pile of ties and began scouting the immediate area. It seemed that his only remaining hope was to stay on the main tracks and follow them until his energy was completely depleted. Pushing all thoughts from his tired mind, he carefully put one foot in front of the other and continued along the rails. He found that his pace was governed by the odd spacing of the railway ties, too close together for a normal stride and too far apart to skip every second one. Perhaps the fact that he had no idea where the railway tracks were leading only increased the growing sense of hopelessness which threatened to overwhelm him. The night chill cut through Levi's thin clothing, and within minutes he began shivering uncontrollably. One thing he was grateful for was the fact that the cold air seemed to have an unexpected numbing effect on his broken arm. Onward he walked. There were long stretches of his journey where his mind would completely black out, and he would suddenly wake to find himself stumbling robotically along the tracks. Finally, just when he felt he couldn't go another step, he glanced off toward the horizon and saw, for the first time, a faint outline peeking over the distant hills. He paused for a moment to take in the unexpected sight. Off to his right, about 100 meters away, there appeared to be a break in the trees, faintly lit by the first glimpse of the early morning sun. He moved forward as fast as his feet could take him, never taking his eyes off the gap in the trees, desperate for salvation. At first glance, the opening had the distinct appearance of being man-made. The thought that he might be this close to rescue spurred him to summon his last reserves of strength. When he finally neared the gap in the trees, he quickly realized that it was nothing more than an old trail running through the forest, likely worn over time by deer and other wild animals passing by. He stood on the dirt path, staring helplessly into the forest, struggling to grasp his new reality. Finally, he dropped to his knees, his body trembling with exhaustion. Levi knew that he had gone as far as he could, and the thought of ending up on some obscure trail miles from nowhere overwhelmed him with a sense of despair. He sank to the ground, collapsing onto his side, and felt the world around him fade to black. From somewhere in the distance, Levi could feel the heat of the sun beaming down on his face as he slipped in and out of consciousness. He was also dimly aware that he had slowly fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep, only to stir briefly at the sound of voices drifting in and out of his semi-conscious mind, seeming to call out to him. It was impossible for him to discern what was real and what was imagined. Then, for a long stretch of time, he felt as if he were being battered inside an enormous cement mixer, turning over and over again, until finally all was still. It may have been hours later, or perhaps even days, when he felt the heat of a bright light shining on his face and the sound of a multitude of voices surrounding him. He managed to open his eyes a crack, wondering if he was once again in the midst of a dream. Several white-clad men and women were bustling around him, and it appeared as if he was in a large room with stark white walls on every side. Levi was just beginning to assemble his thoughts, a glimmer of reality crouching on the fringes of his mind, when he once again lost consciousness. When Levi finally awoke, it was as if someone had turned on a switch. Immediately, he knew that he was in a hospital bed. Even before he had opened his eyes, he could hear the quiet beeping of a monitor next to his bed and the familiar scent of disinfectant. He glanced curiously around the small room, only to learn that his bed was completely shut in by a portable room divider. Somehow he had survived his ordeal and was grateful. Levi pushed himself into a sitting position when he was abruptly reminded of his injured arm. He glanced down but saw that his arm was now covered with blankets. He hesitated, having the strange sensation that something wasn't right. Again, he felt the intense pain of his injury, a sharp, relentless throbbing that shot up from his broken limb and screamed into his brain. Slowly, he reached down, taking a corner of the blanket and pulling it away from his arm. Levi felt his entire body freeze in horror. He stared down at his right arm, swathed in bandages, which ended abruptly below his elbow. He sat there for several long seconds, struggling to process what he was seeing. They amputated my arm. Levi could feel the blood draining from his face as he sagged back onto his bed. He then buried his face in his pillow and sobbed quietly to himself. He could feel the tears rolling down his cheeks as he slowly came to grips with his new reality. Just then, he heard the door of his room open and saw the shadow of a nurse pause by a computer screen at the doorway. He quickly wiped the tears from his face. "Nurse," he whispered hoarsely. Immediately, he saw the nurse turn in his direction. "Oh, I'm glad to see that you're finally awake." Levi attempted a smile. "How are you feeling?" "Not so good," he said, avoiding the nurse's eyes. "The last time I checked, I had both my arms." He looked down at the empty sleeve of his hospital gown. "I can't tell you how sorry I am for your loss," she said sympathetically. "Unfortunately, you developed a serious infection as a result of your injury, and the doctor felt that your arm was damaged beyond repair, so they were forced to amputate." Levi stared out the window in helpless silence. "You're lucky to be alive," the nurse said, offering an awkward smile. "The doctors said that if you'd been out there any longer, you probably wouldn't have made it." Levi glanced back at the nurse. She was a middle-aged woman, fairly stout, with short, greying hair. "How did I get here?" he finally asked. The nurse smiled. "Two hikers from a church group found you lying near a trail. I don't need to tell you how lucky you were to have someone find you in such a remote area. Someone must really be watching over you." Levi managed a smile. The nurse adjusted his IV bag briefly before drawing back the curtain around his bed. "If you're feeling up to it, there's someone in the hallway who's eager to see you." Levi's heart leaped. "Sure, send them in." He was about to ask who it was when the nurse turned suddenly and disappeared from the room. A faint noise drew his attention back to the doorway. He turned to find his mother standing in the entrance. Levi could tell that she had been crying. Her face was red and blotchy, her eyes swollen. Quickly, she rushed over to the bed and threw herself across Levi's chest, weeping uncontrollably. "I'm so glad you're okay, sweetheart," she said between sobs. Levi gave his mother a long hug. "I really missed you," he said, fighting to keep his emotions in check. She pulled back from his bed and pressed her hand against his cheek. "What happened to you, Levi? Where's Nate?" A sudden knock on the door snapped their attention to it. Standing in the doorway were Nate's parents. Levi's heart raced as a wave of panic began to wash over him. Levi's mother straightened up, pulling a tissue from her pocket, and began wiping the tears from her eyes. She quickly waved the two visitors over to his bedside. Nate's mom picked up Levi's hand and held it tightly in her grasp. "Levi," she said, her voice showing strain, "we're so glad you're home safe and sound. We just want you to know that the authorities have already begun mounting an intensive search to find Nate. We just thought you might be able to help us by telling the police where you last saw him." "Anything you can tell us would be helpful," Nate's dad added. We just need an idea of where he might be. Levi looked up at the three faces peering down at him, his heart pounding. He adjusted himself, carefully choosing his words before speaking. He started, pausing to choke back tears. What is it? Nate's mother asked. Levi's eyes dropped back to the hand that tightly grasped his own. I'm so sorry, he finally said, his voice faltering. Nate didn't make it. He drowned on the second day of our trip. For several long seconds the room fell completely silent. Then Nate's mother collapsed onto her husband's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. What happened? Nate's father asked in despair. The current in the river was too strong, Levi explained. I tried to revive him, but it was too late. The older man held his wife close, closing his eyes as the tears began streaming down his cheeks. Levi wiped his face with the edge of the hospital gown before continuing. I had no choice but to bury Nate next to a large oak tree by the Kettle River. Levi's mother rose and gave the other woman a long hug. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how you must be feeling. I'm sure you did everything you could, Levi, she said, fighting back tears. I don't know why, but I had a feeling that something bad was going to happen to Nate. I just wish I could have stopped him from going on that trip in the first place. Don't blame yourself, Nate's father said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. You know how stubborn Nate could be. Nothing would have changed his mind. After a brief moment of shared sorrow, the older man wiped his eyes. Thank you, Levi, he said, his words thick with emotion. Nate was lucky to have a friend like you. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you out there. With that, he put a hand on his wife's shoulder and began steering her towards the door. Come on, sweetheart. We'd better let the police know what happened. Levi and his mother watched in silence as the grieving couple crossed the room and slipped quietly out the door. That was even harder than I thought it would be, Levi said. I've been dreading this moment all week. He swallowed the huge lump in his throat and once again wiped the tears from his eyes. Levi's mother sat down on the bed next to him. I can't imagine what you've been through, she said. You've shown a lot of strength to make it out of there alive. Levi smiled. I have you to thank for that. Oh, I wouldn't go that far, she said, averting his eyes. Just look at me. I'm a mess. No, Mom, I mean it, Levi insisted. You've been more of a help than you realize. Can you hand me my backpack? He pointed to the bag sitting in the far corner of the room. She looked at him curiously, then got to her feet and retrieved the object, handing it to her son. Levi rummaged inside his backpack and withdrew the tattered Bible, placing it firmly into his mother's hands. I just wanted to thank you for giving me this before I left. A smile washed over her face as she thumbed through the worn pages of the Bible. I know I've fought you on this sort of thing in the past, he explained, but that book was the only source of comfort I had throughout my entire ordeal. I know I haven't always been the easiest person to talk to about religion, but this book has helped me more than you can possibly imagine. His mother patted his hand encouragingly. I can't tell you how happy that makes me, Levi. I'm so proud of you, and I'm sure your father would be proud too. Levi gave his mother's hand a squeeze. There's just one more thing from my trip that I wanted to share, but I might need a little time to gather my thoughts. I don't know how the world is going to take it, but I have to get it off my chest. Levi peeked through the folds of the crimson curtain, his heart leaping as he saw the sea of students filling the massive auditorium. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his elbow and turned to find his friend Sean standing in the semi-lit backstage. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Sean asked. After all, Professor Roberts already gave you a passing grade for your assignment, so you don't have to do this. I'm not doing this for the grades, Levi said with a smile. It's about something a lot bigger than that. Something I need to tell the world while I still have the chance." Sean hesitated, smiling awkwardly at his friend. "You didn't see Bigfoot out in the forest, did you?" "Not exactly," Levi said with an awkward laugh. Sean stepped back in surprise. "All right, Levi, I guess you know what you're doing. I'll be watching your speech from back here. Break a leg. Figuratively speaking, of course." "Thanks," Levi said with a grin. At that moment, the curtains parted, and Professor Roberts gave a polite gesture, signaling for him to step forward. Levi took a deep breath, carefully stepping onto the stage and making his way to the center of the podium as the audience rose to their feet, greeting him with a thunderous applause.